Dude, this is crazy. This is crazy, man. Holy cow. Oh, jeez. We're doing watch-alongs. Dude, screw FIFA, man. Oh, my gosh. Milan, AC Milan's up 1-0, boys. Jude! Come on. AC Milan's up 1-0. EPL's going on. Liverpool and Wolves are tied. City's losing. Dude, what is this, man? What is going on? Hold on, let me change my title real quick. Jeez. Dude, if Rafael doesn't get a team of the season card, I'm going to be pissed. That man is unbelievable. Beak, what's up, buddy? City are losing? Only time I'll ever support City. Dude, so as it stands right now, they both have 90 points, right? And City would go through on goal differential. So Liverpool literally needs to win. That's their only chance. If City come back and tie, they'll get a point. Liverpool need to win. Have you guys heard the news? Ronaldo couldn't play today since he got infected with Maguire. Jeez, man. This is crazy. Are you going to show us how to stack it? Yeah, so we're going to go more over that later. I just changed the title to the EPL and Serie A watch along for now. Because I'm kind of just looking at the scores of the game and paying attention. Because this is going to come down to the last minute probably. But we're going to be, in the meantime, as we're doing this, building lib packs and kind of going over that too. What's up, buddy? How you doing today, man? Holy cow. Newcastle's up 2-0. Leeds are getting bailed out. And they have the win. So they're not getting relegated. Potentially. I don't think Burnley's going to come back. Chelsea's up. United's losing. Arsenal somehow scored 4 goals. What is going on? Hopefully I get something good in my 84 times 25. Hopefully, man. Which games are you guys watching right now? Inter's still 0-0. It doesn't matter. Inter could win. As long as AC Milan ties, I believe we're good. Fernando, what's up, buddy? Are you going to do the 93 plus moments back? Is it out right now or is it supposed to come out today? Yeah, we'll do it if it comes out today. I don't know how much fodder we have. We'll probably get it done throughout the week. If it's repeatable, we could maybe try to get one done today. But I'm trying to make as many packs as possible for tomorrow. De Bruyne free kick right outside the box. Oh gosh. Hey. I have literally no preference for whatever happens today in the Prem. My eyes are on the Serie A. He missed? Alright, what do we need? Goalkeeper or midfielder? What midfielders do we have? 67 and 68. Do we have Pitson or Mullet? There we go. There we go. Alright, now we need defender or left wing? Two 0 Villa? Wait, actually? La Liga Team of Season upgrades are coming today? Wait, Spot, who'd you hear that from, mate? Why would they come today? Isn't that typically a Monday thing? I'm not seeing a score update. There we go. 2-0. Coutinho scored it too. Dude, come on. You cannot write this better. Jeez. Okay, Liverpool still need to score though. This is depression. Oh man. $20 minutes left. A lot can happen in 20 minutes. Dude, Gerrard and Coutinho teaming up. How can you stack the club for tomorrow? Rare gold investing, common gold investing. You have League SBCs you can grind and save the packs for tomorrow. So like I'm doing the Lib right now and I'm stocking up all my packs. I don't know what I'm going to open today. I have rewards packs, I have drafts packs. The reason why I'm waiting to open them tomorrow is for the tradable stuff. It's going to be more valuable tomorrow than it is today. And then in terms of the untradeable, if I get a bunch of duplicates now, there's really not much I can put it in. However, when we get repeatable SBCs for tomorrow, such as player picks, league-specific 25Ks, I can keep rinsing and repeating through there. Our league-specifics coming out. They typically come out on Mondays. I don't know why Spot is saying something's coming today. I have not seen anything saying anything's coming today in regards to that. Unless Foot Sheriff tweeted something, but I don't think he tweets that sort of thing. Dude, imagine if Aston Villa does all that and Liverpool still can't win. That would be crazy. that would probably be the worst case scenario for everyone. City bottles their game against Aston Villa, but Liverpool can't get the victory. Yeah, Leeds is staying up. Is there coming a flashback Dembele? I've seen nothing about it, so I have no idea. Pep's overthinking. What's Serie A looking like right now? Still 0-0 in Inter. For Inter. Milan's still up 1-0. Milan, AC Milan, that is, only needs a tie today and they win. So I wouldn't be surprised. If we see some second half substitutions more defensively. Dude, I'm so happy for Giroud, man. If Liverpool score, Pep sacked. Wait, would there actually be a conversation of Pep being sacked? How come? Liverpool score, West Ham score, Burnley get relegated. Worst scenario for me. Hey, don't worry. You'll have Sunderland up in the Prem in a whole nother year. So, you'll have that to look forward to. I'm going to do some draft content today. I'm actually in 2 drafts right now. We'll probably play some offline draft at some point to keep building packs. Pep loses the Champions League semifinals in the last 2 minutes about the bottle of the league. Who would replace him, though? In that case, who would replace him? Tons up 5-0. Jeez. Dude, Son needs a hat trick. Get Son his hat trick. They have Norwich at a 0.1% odds of winning. Should we put some money on that? Money line? Who scored for Chelsea? Havertz? Zaha scored for Palace. Jeez. Liverpool's clapping Norwich cheats. I really need to do the Canton of Moments SBC. Can I hire you to learn me to get... Can I hire you to learn me to get the fodder because you do all those icon SBCs? I don't get so much fodder. Well, do you do League SBCs? If you don't do League SBCs, that's probably the #1 place to start. But if you have a bunch of like 82s and 83s, if you're not consistently putting those into like player of the months that are like 85, 86, 87, 88 sort of ratings, you're missing out on essentially really easy fodder to get. But also, too, if you're not doing like marquee matchups with your untradeable stuff, if you're not taking advantage of repeatable SBCs, like player picks, league-specific packs, 82 to 88 upgrades, all those things are things that are going to help you get fodder, and which is what we're kind of essentially preparing for today. Like you're seeing me build up packs right now. I'm not going to open many of these packs until tomorrow so that we can rinse and repeat, recycle over and over and over. How's Fekir 130? I have no idea. I thought he'd be way more expensive. He is super fun in game though. I got him in draft and I have his red, which I haven't used his red yet, but in draft he was amazing. You do the lib 2 times a day? And what do you put the lib into? You can't just do the lib and expect to get walkouts all the time. It's the lib and something, right? So for us, it used to be the lib in every other league SBC, off the lib. Now it's the lib into upgrade packs. So silver upgrades, gold upgrades, repeatable SBC upgrades, La Liga challenges, marquee matchups, all those things. Look at this. We got Junior done. We got Modeste. Klaassen, Akinfenwa, Tonali, Openda, Brozovic. Two. Wait. What? How did that happen? Wait. Was that in the span of 2 minutes? Did they just kickoff glitch their way into... They just kickoff glitched their way into a title. That's tough, man. That is tough. You need a Aguero moment? Aguero gets subbed on. Comes out of retirement. Sign him for 10 minutes. So as it stands right now, with City tying, they win, right? Even if they lose, they still have goal differential, right? Or does Prem go off of head-to-head? So they're tied, but Liverpool can still win if they just score a goal. Bosco, what's up, buddy? Sun 100% deserves something. I hope there's like a Sun SBC I can do somewhere. What's the best SBC to do for fodder cards? We'll see what comes out tomorrow, and then I'll kind of give you my answer. Because we got to see what the value of everything is. They've made player picks kind of trash in the league specifics. They have 11 rares needed for, what is it, an 80-plus league specific. That's a lot of fodder thrown away. Probably pack by pack to get you a lot of boards and walkouts would probably be the 82 to 88s. However, if we get another 81 double upgrade where you need just 11 rare players and it can be silvers, that would be clutch because that was amazing last time. That made the whole market pop, and if that happens again, we're going to be making a lot of coins. So maybe I should be investing in some silver rares as well. I got something to show you on SharePlay? Sure. Feel free to send it. And it's 3. Well, there you go. City have done it. Congrats. Gundogan, Rodri, who scored the third? Or did they call it back? Anyone plus 1 of 3 incoming, please. You are ready for today. You, sir, are ready for today. You know what? Is this going to be your new thing you do? Just every time we get something new, you just keep investing harder and harder? You use all your coins. Hey. Listen. You have enough right now to flip a lib card. Trying to pick up a lib card for 150. Imagine. Flip it for 300. 300 to 600. Jeez, man. So, how much did you put in? How much did you put in? And how much are you... How much you put on the goalkeeper? How much did you put in, and what are you expecting to get back? That's dedication, man. GG. Dang it, he's not showing up for me. I was going to outbid you. I don't see him. Like 5 mil. Hope for 6-ish. Just maybe under. Wait. You're hoping for 5 mil profit, or you put 5 mil in? Wait, like 5 mil, hope for 6-ish, just under maybe. You put 5 or 6 mil in, right? How much are you expecting to get out? In terms of profit, not amount of liquid coins you'll have after. Congrats to City. Gundogan scored again. Jeez. Yeah, so that's it. Even if Liverpool score now, City would essentially have it. Wait! Why is my phone not updating me? Giroud just scored again, and Kessie scored. AC Milan is up 3-0. Italy is red, my dudes. Let's go. This has been the best football weekend ever. Sunderland promotion, and I'm going to keep my mouth shut with the Milan one. I don't want to jinx anything. Liverpool scored? Dude, it's going to come down to the wire now. What is going on? Let's go. 3-0, baby. Right in time for a Serie A team this season. Come on. You know you want to give it to them. Okay, so what does this mean? It means they both have 93 points, and if City concedes, it's over. Dude, what is going on? Who are Milan playing? Both Milans are playing right now. Inter's playing Sampdoria, and Milan, AC Milan is playing Sassuolo. Salah just scored. Mohamed Salah. Chelsea conceded as well. Dude. And just imagine, there's people in the world who don't love football. Or think football's boring, man. Imagine that. Look at last. What'd you say? Mumbo, the myth, the legend. I did it. What'd you do, buddy? Mumbo, I have 185K. I want to make coins, but I don't want to do the lib. What can I do? Well, you don't need to do the lib SBC if you want to just make coins. We have the pinned video in chat. It's our newest video that we released today. I'd watch that as a way to make some easy coins. This is crazy, man. No quad. I should have did a poll. Dang it. I should have did a poll. Who's going to win the league? Dang it. You got 100K in a week like you told me to. I even popped open 2 50K packs and a 45. Hey, GG, buddy. Ross Bockerley with the win in Chelsea goal. We'll see if that's a winning goal. Brentford scored and got a red card. Wait. What happened where he scored and then he got a red card? Did he have a yellow already? He got a second for like taking his shirt off or something? Just seconds after equalizing, he's been sent off. He tracked back to trip Rafinha and stops his run down the right side. After picking up a cheap booking for taking his shirt off in celebration, he showed a second. That is funny. That is funny. Newcastle's winning. Oh, gosh. Dude, it'll be interesting to see who Newcastle signs in the offseason. Don't they have a bunch of money to throw around? Arsenal is just destroying Everton. My goodness. Watch City concede and Liverpool score at the same time. Watch it happen. 3 minutes from now, I'm predicting it. $93 plus icon incoming in 11 minutes. So, guys, if it's repeatable, if it's a repeatable 93 plus, I might be doing it today. If it's just one, I'm probably going to start it tomorrow. We'll see, though. Because I'm really wanting to hold off opening my packs and my investments until we have the repeatable SBCs that typically come on Mondays. But if they throw us like a repeatable today for some reason, I don't know why they would, we'll do that. Come on, City. Or words I never thought I'd read from Pastor Fred. Sir, are you sure you're not hacked? We might have to ban your account, Fred. It's been compromised. Actually, no. Let me do one better. Let me do you one better. Glory, Manchester City. Oh, gosh. Liverpool not winning the quad is more important to you? No, I get it. All right, any updates in Italy? Still 3-0 AC Milan. Still 0-0 Inter. So it looks like Sunderland promotion, and it looks like AC Milan win the title. Does FIFA typically give cards for teams that win the title? Or is that not a thing? And do they do anything with Champions League either? Or how does that work? Oh, which by the way, do we want to do a watch along for the Champions League game next weekend? What time is it? It's 2 o'clock my time, so it'd be a little bit before I normally would start streaming during the week, but it's a weekend. It's a Saturday, so. Yes, do it? All right. But do you need a Photoshop talented man to work for you for free? there's some stuff I could potentially use for Photoshop. The issue is the kind of content I make. There's some stuff I could potentially get ready in advance, but some of it I kind of need ready to go within like an hour of an SBC getting released. So I kind of have to do it on my own. However, if you want to message me on Discord some of your work, or if I need help with anything, I might reach out. So send me kind of a catalog of stuff you do or something, or past work you've done. I'll take a look at it. But what I'm more thinking of is coming up with some sort of format for videos and a format for streams. Like have a certain type of thumbnail that people know if they're in this community, this is a streaming thumbnail. Then have kind of a sort of thumbnail where it's like, hey, they know this is like a how to grind this SBC sort of thumbnail format. And then like something else, whether it's a trading tip, a funny moments. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Come on, baby. Mumbo has a girlfriend. Yes, her name is Sunderland, and she's the most beautiful girl I've ever met. EPL and Serie A watch log. Can you explain the title, please? We're watching the Prem and we're watching the Serie A right now. And then when the games are over, which they're all finishing up right now, we'll change it back to the League SBC Ground 1. Is it over? Wait. Liverpool scored again. Wait, what is going on? But it's too late. It's too late. Full time? Wow. Okay. It may be a recency bias, but could you guys argue this has been one of the craziest final days of the Prem in history? Like, everyone looks back to the Aguero moment, which was huge. That is insane, man. Jeez, yep. There you go. By a single point. Alright, let's change the title back. How to get ready for repeatable SBCs. Alright, we're back, boys. If the 93 plus moment comes out, somehow my pants will be off, and I don't know how. There's no way you can do anything if that comes out. If it comes out, you'll be making a lot of coins. But I'm talking about, like, you won't be able to complete one. You'll have to be selling everything. Again, if it's repeatable, I'm going to try to craft one today, potentially. So right now, let me give you kind of a little sneak peek of what our club's looking like. We are going to be running through the lib literally at least 10 times today. I'm spamming the lib. I have 80 saved packs right now. Maybe I should do a saved pack counter. I'm trying to get 100 to 150 packs, if not 200 today. And my goal is tomorrow for repeatable SBCs as a form of investment. Dude, if it's repeatable, you're going to make so much money. Yeah. So here's my idea, guys. We've talked about investing before from the lens of gold rares and common golds, which is pretty common. But unless you're going unassigned or unless you're going unlimited transfer target, there is a limitation to what you can have in your club, right? You can have one of each card. You might be able to get hundreds of cards in your club, which we have pages upon pages, but there is some sort of limit. My idea that I'm thinking of is potentially now on a way to potentially invest even more is invest through packs. You know how we were talking about how it's best to sell common golds and rare golds after repeatable SBC comes out? It might also be best to open your packs at that time too, especially the untradeable stuff. The untradeable stuff right now, all the gold players packs, all the Electrum players packs, all those, I don't want to open them because what will happen is if we have a tradable card in our club or an untradeable, what we would be doing is if it's untradeable, we have to do a gold upgrade. If it's tradable, we put the untradeable in the club and we have to sell the tradable card then, which kind of defeats the purpose of having these in our club as an investment. So if we can spend today really just stocking up our club more on some more gold rares, some gold commons. I'm probably going to go hard on silver rares too, just in case we get another 81 double upgrade. Top nations wouldn't be a bad pickup. All those sort of things. If we can take care of that today, do our drafts, get that stuff taken care of. I've been doing an offline draft. We've been getting decent rewards from that. I've been doing it online as well. Been getting some decent rewards from that. We should have quite a few packs for not only tomorrow, but for the rest of the week to just constantly be able to recycle over and over. All right, let's take a look. What is the new content, dudes? Are you all ready for this? Karsdorp. Cincy. Where is it? Where is it? There it is. It's not repeatable. Dang it. It's 4 teams though. 289s and 288s. Homie, that better be a guaranteed top card. That is a scam, but that is going to be good for Marcus. Yeah, the Courtois investment will be insane. What price were you buying at, bro? What price did you invest at? Calvin saying you something? A little slight work? Yeah, send me a DM of it, buddy. Thank you. You're depressed at this moment in time? But 20 Suarez at 15K looking nice right now? Marcus, what did you buy at? Let's go. New cards, Mumbo, check them out. Yeah, I'll take a look at them. Oh, yeah, we have the new promo. I'm stupid. We have Liquidados today. Completely forgot about it. We'll take a look at them on the market. We'll look at concepts, and we'll look at the main screen. There it is. Oh, Otavio! Okay, that might be the best dynamic image we've seen in a while. That is up there. That is up there. Stat-wise, not the greatest for shooting. But that is a sick-looking card. Guys, can we not mention the Premier League? I'm actually on the verge of tears. All right, let's take a look to see if any are on the market yet. If we go to, what is it, team season? I'm curious to see what prices we'll get to. Oh, they're already being packed. Yeah, these boys are going to be super cheap. Super, super cheap. But yeah, if you guys are new and you guys are enjoying the stream, feel free to smack the like button, subscribe. We are on our way to 11K, and we could potentially be hitting that today. Icon not worth. Icon is absolutely worth it if you guys want to try to get one of those big boys and you're using mainly untradables. If you're going to buy it out, you're probably going to be disappointed. Dude, these are so cheap. Liga NOS is kind of an L promo. Let's do a poll in chat. What do you think of the Liga NOS? Oh, it's Liga Portugal now. That's right. For team this season. All right, we'll do W, small w, L, or big L. Can you show Nunez? Is he in SBC objective or is he in packs? Pedrito right here. Dude, come on. Come on. EA. What are you doing? Bro, where's the player picks? Spot, I literally have no clue why you think player picks were coming today. They're coming tomorrow. The whole point of the stream today is getting ready for them tomorrow. They always come on Mondays. Why not make him like a 4-star skill moves or 4-star weak foot? I mean, excellent fodder, I'm assuming, right? They'll probably be super cheap to get him done. 84. Ugh. Yeah, this is like another thing. Like, if you guys have a bunch of 83s and 84s untradeable laying around, you need a place to put them. That's not a bad shout. All right, let's save the 93 plus. So our goal this week is going to be crafting this starting tomorrow. Have I done Ansu Fati yet? I have not, and I'm probably not going to do him. Dude, there's so many cards I don't want to get rid of. Yeah, you throw on a couple team of seasons and you're essentially good for the most part. Momo Sone's behind you? On the market, Darwin Nunez. All right. He's not on the market. Let's take a look through here. Liga NOS team season. I'm going to just keep calling him Liga NOS. I don't give a crap. It will never be Liga Portugal to me. There he is. What is his base card? Hold on, I want to pull up the base cards for these guys to see what we can pack them in. Because this is another thing too. They don't have the craziest base cards. You could probably pack quite a few of these guys along the way. Uribe. Oh gosh. Open new link. Open new link. Link. Cotes is a... Cotes is an 83. Right? Or is he an 82? Ferdinand's an SBC. Miami. Alright, here we go. So you got common gold for Don. Got common silver there. Grimaldo, you got gold rare. Gold common. So silver upgrades could be huge this week too. Uribe. Otavio. Dude, imagine getting Otavio in a silver upgrade. We're going to make a ton of those. Sarabia. Is he objective? Cotes 83. Got Rafa. He's a rare gold 82. Pedro. Again, gold common. You can get him in a silver upgrade. Got another gold common. And gold player packs too. Oh, geez. Wait. Imagine getting Nunez. Imagine getting Nunez in a silver upgrade. That might be the craziest thing you could get in a silver upgrade ever. That's insane. Card looks beautiful. What would you play around him? Icons? Suarez? Yeah, they made him 5-star skill moves too. Can you get Team of Seasons in silver upgrades? Yes, sir. We just literally said that. Most of those you can get in silver upgrades. There's a ton of them. It's whatever the base card is. So my question is, for those of you who want to do silver upgrades, are you guys, if you're making silver upgrades today, going to use rare silvers untradeable? Or are you going to be holding your rare silvers in hopes of there being another 81 plus double upgrade? Have fun losing to Real as well. Uh-oh. What's going on with the market right now, dudes? Restart. Marcus, any low budget investing? GG on the Sunderlands today. Hey, and GG on the AC Milan too. It looks like they're going to, for sure, at least tie. They're still up 3-0 in the second half, so I believe just beginning right now. You're going to do the icon pack? Yeah, that's going to be our goal for tomorrow and through the rest of the work week, is we're going to be working towards that. So today's going to be investing for tomorrow's repeatable SBCs, making a bunch of packs for it. Hakeem grind the icon pack, literally all the ways we just mentioned. League SBCs, repeatable SBCs. So Silver upgrades, gold upgrades. You can do draft if you want to. The free draft tokens. The untradeable packs you get if you pack anyone in it. You can submit those in. Most aspects of the game can help you. Nunez's max price is $750. Are they going to raise it, do you think, to like 1 mil? Or do you think he's going to eventually just drop? All right, looks like we're at 87 packs so far. Beautiful. Beautiful. We could probably, honestly, now that the Nunez is out, we might have a chance to pack them with how many gold player packs we have. So my question is, if people see how many common golds have Team of the Seasons right now, will they go to the Lib to do that pack? And if that's the case, we might be looking at a lot of coins. Will the player picks have rare golds, do you think? Spot, if the player picks you're referring to are the 80-plus player pick league specifics, they're most likely going to follow the same trend that the first two leagues had, which is all rare golds, 11 rare golds, which is extremely overpriced. But if they do like they did the first week, and we have a 75-plus player pick, that'll be looking different. We'll have to wait to see, though, what they come out with. Alex, how's it going? Elliot, welcome. How are we doing today? If you guys are enjoying the stream, feel free to smack the like button. Let's do the first wheel spin, because I say we hit 10 likes. We'll do the second one once we hit 25. No, I think gold rares are a good investment. I think gold commons are a good investment. I think silver rares, especially top nations, I think are an excellent investment. Let's see, what do we get? All right, I owe you guys a gold pack. I'm opening my 84 times 25. Good luck, buddy. I think they will rise his max price, but he'll be like 500k once they do. Yeah, that's the thing. Any of the cards that are getting sniped, people think they're going to make absolute crazy money on because they're going to raise the range, but typically it's not as high as people think. Everyone's essentially investing in the ones they snipe, and they just flood the market. You got Red Kunde in my red pick. You got an insane defense now. GG, buddy. We got Militao and we got Fekir in ours, which honestly I really like. We haven't tried the... I really like that I got them in my picks, I should say, because it rounds out my team. Acuna, we got 20 games loan for him because of the promo packs we opened. So eventually I'll buy him if we don't pack him, but I have a feeling we'll pack him eventually in the repeatables throughout the week. So this is the main one I want to get. We do have... on, I believe, 10-game loans, Vinny. So if we wanted to try out Vinny, we could try out Vinny. We do have Ronaldinho as well. Dude, we got almost too much stuff. Our problem is we have too much. So we're going to try out the Danjuma at some point. Fekir, I feel like, is going to play really well. Militao is going to be a blessing to our back line. And that will be kind of the look of the team for the near future. All right, let's keep grinding. I pick Modric, Koundé, Blanc, etc. 1 mil this weekend league. Good day, sir. GG, buddy. Dude, I feel like the servers are just absolute trash right now. I don't know what's going on. It's not even a bit laggy. It's super laggy. Glad I'm not the only one. Just doesn't make sense how United fans can try to roast anyone. Well, it's funny because a lot of United fans are actually cheering for City today. Because of how much they don't like Liverpool. Alright, we're going to have to give the Lees cards as well. If you guys are also looking for a good investment, Lib cards are so cheap at the moment. Silvers in general, silver commons. If you look at any of the League SBCs that are out, a lot of silvers like the MLS, the Eredivisie, a lot of cards are extremely cheap. Once people start doing the League SBCs again, those cards will go up in price. I don't know exactly when they would go up, but even right now, if you look at the video we uploaded today, which is pinned in chat, we got some pretty insane flips on some Lib defenders, which are pretty simple to pick up. Alright, what can we put here? Is that enough? Yes, sir. Yeah, Red Modric and Alaba. I'm so happy. Guess what? What's up, Cryptic? Alright, what are the prices of the Valise players? Because we used to just mass bid on them. I still want to. I'm curious how many are under 400 coins. Chicken butt, dude, you got me. Oh, quite a few are. Dude, these are insanely cheap. What is going on? These are literally like 1,000 coins most evenings. EA absolutely killed the market. That's my only consensus I can come to. Oh yeah, you can feel the heaviness of the menus right now. Look at that. You do anything, it's going to take a year. Is gameplay like that? Is that another name for Liverpool? I have Koundé, Ndika, Team of Season, and Sule, Flash, and Neuer in my defense. What do you think? I think that's great. If you haven't watched Nep's video on his 5 in the back tactics, it's a really fun thing to use. It kind of saved my weekend league personally. I was about break even, then I went on a little bit of a losing streak, and then I won, I think, 6 straight matches with Nep's new tactics. So if you haven't watched his Nepentha's Clips channel tactics from, I think it's 2 or 3 days ago now, it's a must watch. What SBC is coming? We're going to get repeatables tomorrow. Today we got a 93 plus icon. So tomorrow will be the things we can easily grind it. Yeah, man. What is going on, dudes? You can't search for libs. It says there's nothing, and then you back out. Yeah, the menus are broken. Clutch 9 wins earlier and got Militao. Hashtag birthday luck. Happy birthday, buddy. Happy B-Day. The market and menus are broken. It's crazy how a company like EA makes so much money and their games ran so poorly. Like, don't get me wrong, I'm addicted. I love it. I love the menus. But the fact that I have a PS5 and it feels like I'm playing on a GameCube every time I load up doesn't make sense. I'm going to do another upgrade, silver upgrade, because 3rd time's the charm. Oh, by the way, I hope you realize, I don't know if you're trying to pack a team of season right now or what spot, but you would probably have to spam anything with common golds in it to have a chance at packing a team of season. You're not going to open like 3 and magically just get one. Maybe someone will, but most people won't. Okay. It has to be broken. What is going on? Why is Armani so much? Did I miss a SBC in the team of the season section? Why aren't the other ones up? Yeah, that's weird. Why is he? Our top nations up, but the other ones would have been up too. Check new daily SBC. Requires 1 nation, 9 rares. Oh, hold on. We might have to sell our investments and then rebuy them back. Okay, so you need, 80 rating. Spanish player minimum of 1. Players from the same country minimum of 5. Bet. So high rated silvers will still probably rise because of that. Lib silvers. Wait a second. Hold on. First of all, let's go to our golds. Any sort of fodder I think is going to be starting to go up. I might hold those at the moment. Like 83s. What are these at? Okay, Italian. Are Spanish cards, no matter what, going to be up right now? Because it's required? Even if it doesn't fit the... Spanish silver center backs are 6K. Good thing we got rid of all our rares. I should have gotten more, man. No, we missed the investment period. Oh, well. How about commons? Are commons up at all? Maybe people are going with silver commons? Oh, that is nice. Let's take a look at these. Wait, I might get rid of all my Spanish cards. If it's La Liga, though. Should probably keep the La Liga ones, maybe. Goalkeepers. Wait. Hold on. Since rare goalkeepers, if people don't want to use a gold rare, silver rares and bronze rares would be expensive. So maybe the silver commons would be the go-to. If not, gold commons. Potentially. This is a prime example of why you wait for an SBC to sell a lot of your stuff. Because these cards have infinitely more value right now than they would have if you sold this, let's say yesterday, after you opened a pack and got them. So as hard as it might be, holding on to stuff, especially when you want to get coins back on something, gets you even more coins. Because we were selling some of the stuff the other day for like 1,000. Just because we already had one in our club. When is your lib method coming out? We did a trading tip video today. If you guys haven't seen that, it's pinned in chat. Some point this week I want to get the lib video out. But I'm kind of waiting for a couple different factors with the lib market currently. At the prices they're at right now, I don't feel comfortable enough for releasing a video where it goes fully in depth. But I'll let you guys know when it's made and when you can expect it. Right now, I have no release date in mind. Because this video is going to be a video that essentially lives for the rest of FIFA. So I want to make sure it's covered in a way that's not just temporarily. We have the next, 65 days or something. Plus, too, as it's getting closer to the end of the year, people are caring less and less about potentially doing it for profit and more want to see how you can make packs fast and just consistently. So the newer lib method will be more, you can still make coins from doing these things, but we're going to focus on, hey, what is the fastest way to make these packs? How can you still make them for cheap as possible? Make a ton of them. It's going to be a mix of different methods. New stuff, old stuff. I think you guys are really going to like it. What was the best team for the lib SBC? I like using Valise, but if you go through concepts and you look at each team in the lib, that doesn't kick you out when you click on it, aka the older ones. If you go in there and kind of check which teams have the most players, I'd go for the ones with the most players. Valise is pretty solid with that. You got 2 team seasons and 11 walkouts from your 84. Nice. MumboElite silver rare. Any silver top nation rare is going to be up in price. My issue is I don't have many because we sold all of ours last time they went up in price, and I was going to reinvest in them today. What tokens came out today? Do we have any objective ones, chat? I haven't been keeping track of tokens that often. I'm just going to toss everything down. Here, I'm gonna just clear my list. So we can make room. I don't even want to wait for these to sell. I know this is wasting some coins. I'm sorry. I typically don't do this. We'll list these though. All right. Are the silvers going up in price? Check the team of the season section, buddy. You'll see why. There's a new SBC. It says, error when I tried to play the draft this whole day. Is that a common thing you guys are dealing with, or is that a spot problem? I haven't run into that myself. Maybe it's an Xbox thing if you're on Xbox. All right, what silver rares do we still have? Let's take a look. Most of the silver rares I have are not top nations anymore. I have like some England Prem players that we packed. But these shouldn't move higher than they normally do. You're on PC? Okay, does anyone on PC have an issue with draft? Alright, so even things that aren't top nation are going up. Roberts. But they're not going to be as high as the other stuff. So I'd focus on that stuff first. Let's get rid of all our Spain cards. Because these will be higher than whatever they will be in a day or two with repeatables. Wait, like 4 days ago, I got some Italian silver rares, but I have still like 40 in the club. This will be big money. Yes, sir. Yeah, the hardest thing about when you have silver rares in your club especially is there's literally two moods, it seems like. They either have no value whatsoever or just an insane amount of value. So it's like when you're picking them up, especially the ones that aren't top nations, it's very hard for people to see why the investment's worth it, because they'll be looking at it, it's like, dude, this is going for like 50 coins more than I'm picking it up for in terms of the buy now. And like, even if you look at the lib cards, libs are doing a similar thing right now, where the libs, if you look at even defenders are typically like 600 to 800 coins most of the time for a lot of the cards. But right now you have bronze defenders from the Libertadores going for 150 on bid. You have a bunch of the buy nows for the silver defenders being 300 to 350. People will be like, oh, this doesn't work or it's pointless. But then when they shoot up, everyone says, oh, this is so expensive. Why is it so expensive? And everyone kind of lives in those two camps rather than noticing those two things and adapting accordingly. And like with lib, I feel like I do pretty good with that. But with silver rares, I still struggle with that. Where it's like, I feel it's very hard for me to justify filling my club with silver rares because I'm looking at the prices and it's like, I know this is going to be a good investment, but I don't know how long I'm going to have to wait. Then you have what happened today come out and you're like, shoot. Wish I would have did that. Someone want to call in Discord from Mumbo. What? What are you talking about, Tony? What you talking about, Willis? 5K for a goalkeeper? Nah, that's mad. What's the pack you get from it? I didn't even see what the pack was. Must be good. Mumbo looking DMs. I looked at the DMs already. They look okay. Definitely got a lot of room to improve if you're a graphics designer. I don't know if you're wanting to like pursue this for anything, but I think they look okay. Chat, what do you think? It looks a little warped. Like the card looks a little weird. Looks like a bunch of stuff. Like the design in the background looks nice. Neymar pops. Looks like a bunch of random stuff is added. Then this one, like Sancho looks good, but a lot of random stuff. Like, I don't know. People are really looking at the headliner text. Like, do you want the eyes to be right here where it draws you to? Do you want it to be at the card? Like, some stats are popping, some other stats aren't. You want his rating? Do you want him himself? He's not popping at all, but he's the middle of attention right here. You have part of the card right here that looks identical to this. Then you have it lit up here. So it's like, it's not bad, but if you're wanting to be a graphics designer, there's definitely room to improve. I myself suck at thumbnails. I'm just being blunt. I suck. I know I can improve, but that's not my area of expertise. You rushed me? How did I rush you? You offered to see if I wanted help with like thumbnails and stuff. I said, show me some of your previous work if you had any. Did you not have any previous work? Made so many coins you don't understand? How many, not even on the Courtois, on the out-of-pack Saudi League, how many coins do you think you made if you had to estimate? Because that's crazy, man. It was in progress. Okay, well. Keep getting better, I guess. Everyone has room to improve. How old are you, buddy? I'm gonna do a new one. No, don't rush anything for me, mate. Just if this is a passion of yours, I don't know if it is or not. The way you told me was it made it sounded like you're a graphics designer. If this is something you're truly passionate about, you're gonna have to spend a lot of time in that area, learning of like what the trends are, what people look for in thumbnails. If you're trying to do work for people, being able to network, that sort of thing. Fancy so much. But also too, from like my perspective, right? If you're trying to use me, hit me up for you to get your product out there, or let's say it's not even about you. Let's say you generally just want to help me out. The stuff you sent, I know you said you're working on and you felt rushed. That's fine. But like what you sent has nothing to do with the type of thumbnail I would be going for. So like when I was talking to you, I was saying kind of the sort of formats I'm going for. A live stream sort of thumbnail. A thing for how to grind an SBC. It's cool if you're working on like a Sancho thing, but like in terms of like a video title or a point of the thumbnail, a headliner's card, why would people want a headliner's card now? What's the point of it? Did he get upgraded or something? Would that be like the main drive? It seems disconnected from where people's eyes would want to be, if that makes sense. Should I sell Indica for Militao? If you want, I haven't used Militao yet, so I don't know how good he is. See if you like it? No. Spot. You're 14, buddy. You got plenty of time to grow, mate. Don't just send me thumbnails you're working on. Generally, if you want to improve your craft, just keep working at it. Make slight progression over time. But the number one thing I would recommend you to do is go to all the top FIFA channels, look at the kind of thumbnails they're doing, look at the kind of formats, look to see what things pop, what titles they're going for, SEO related stuff. All that is important to the thumbnail. And all I'm making a statement on right now, it's nothing against your work, but I'm saying the direction you're taking your thumbnails, the things you're using, none of that really applies to anyone who would be using your thumbnails. So I don't know if your goal is to try to get people to purchase them or work with YouTubers and stuff, but none of it is related to things they would actually want, if that makes sense. Okay, take a look at your edits. Again, if you guys are interested in potentially, like, if you want to, whether it's like a fan art or like a genuine wanting to help out, if you guys want to come up with like a design for me to potentially use, I would say focus on something that could be used for like a live stream sort of format of a edit, if that makes sense. Like, think about the kind of content I produce. What are the main things I do? When it comes to live streaming, I have kind of a set format. When it comes to videos, for the most part, I have a set format with the how to grind something. Try to make the connection to those things. Otherwise, I'm probably going to have really no use for it. But I'll appreciate it regardless. Made 9K a card after tax on the Saudi. If I continue to sell Courtois at profit of 7K each and Canales for 6K each, around 1.2 and 1.3 mil made. That is insane, buddy. And you're going to waste it all into promo packs then, right? Mumbo check DM, you skipped me? Nah, I literally looked at your DM, mate. You sent me the DM, I opened it up on Instagram. All right, we're back to 9.2. Let's get it, boys. And 1.10, what do you think? Like, bluntly, if we're going 1 out of 10, 1 being the worst thing in the world, 10 being a absolute masterpiece, better than any FIFA YouTuber out there, I would say a 3 or 4. I'm talking in terms of, again, the criteria that I laid out before. It's Neymar Jr., right? So, like, if you're going off of, like, the aesthetics of the design, you wanting to promote Neymar, the card looks nothing like what a FIFA 22 card would be. Unless you're trying to promote this for, like, FIFA 23 or something. But this was in February. So, I don't know what this card has to do. It looks a little weird shaped. The Neymar, it's just a PNG of Neymar, which is okay. You have the background, which I can't remember. Is that Player of the Month kind of background? color. I'm colorblind, so I don't know. You have Neymar Jr.'s name there. You have random confetti coming off of them. Like design-wise, 5 or 6 maybe, but like in regards to even back in February, the use of this, I don't know how relatable that would be. But like things like this what if design collab, I see a lot of people doing this on Twitter when it comes to like Foot Sheriff interacting with people, them trying to predict stats and stuff. This getting ready for a promo, this sort of thing where you have like the player's PNG in the background, the sort of edit behind, and the cards in front. That is a really nice idea in terms of what are people looking for, correct? Regardless of what people think the design might look like they might not maybe like the question mark there. They might think it's a little bit too crowded in the background or random stuff's added. Regardless of that, people get a purpose out of this. They know the cards are coming. People have an idea of what it might be. You have the ability to engage with the audience where you ask them, hey, do you think these stats look legit? Do you think these ratings look good? Are you guys excited for the promo? All that stuff. But again, going back to like a Neymar thing, people probably really don't care for this, or there's no need or attention to it. However, if this was like a Neymar where it's like FIFA 23 stats, right? And you get a understanding of, hey, people want to know what the next ratings of these FIFA 23 cards are. This is realistically what a FIFA 23 card would look like. Stat-wise, team-wise, position-wise, that sort of thing. But the focus would be that. It looks like you want the focus to be Neymar, which is not necessarily a bad thing. But what's the emphasis supposed to be on? Neymar himself? Do you want to highlight stats? Do you want to highlight the card? If you would look at this with no text whatsoever outside of it, like you could write a comment for your post. Neymar's my favorite card in the world. I really enjoy using it. You should use him in game. People wouldn't be able to guess that off of this image, right? So like whatever the marketing objective you want the design to correlate with it, where you almost get an understanding of what it is you're going to be clicking into. And again, if it's going to be used for then like a thumbnail and stuff too, what is this supposed to lead you to? If this was a video, me personally, I had to have like zero interest in wanting to watch it, because what am I watching a thing of Neymar? If it was like a title of something about Neymar highlights, and I'm watching a highlight reel of Neymar, like his top plays, or maybe it's is Neymar on his way out with Mbappe as the new owner, and like do some sort of title like that with now Mbappe's new contract, being able to potentially make changes to the team or have a lot of influence in that area. That might be a sort of thing where using Neymar again could be used in a way that is beneficial, right? And there might be people out there who are making YouTube videos on that and honestly want a thumbnail made for that. And maybe they're in the process of coming up with a video idea but don't have a thumbnail yet. You could be that middleman to them. But, you know, just in general, this is something true with anyone who does content creation, whether it's thumbnails, streams, videos. We're all in the same boat. No matter where other people are at, no matter where we're at, we're all a work in progress. I have a million things I could improve in terms of my streams, and I'm actively trying to find ways to make them better. I want to ask you guys, like, hey, what are things you look for? I feel like the wheel was an addition that makes it a lot easier to kind of break up the stream a little bit more. Like, hey, at 10 likes, at 25 likes, at 50 likes, you get the ability to potentially have a promo pack open, right? We did like the watch along for a little bit today. We're going to do a watch along for the stream on next Saturday for the Champions League. Things like that I feel like would better interact with you guys outside of just like our normal League SBC grind. But then when it comes to videos, it's like, okay, me personally, I know the audience I'm trying to target for my videos. I'm trying to grow that niche. I don't necessarily want to do the copy and paste Danny Aaron's videos that they do, or Foot Crunch. No disrespect to their channels, but like their audience is completely different from mine. The only thing we share personally is FIFA, right? We both play the same game, but the things we do in the game are completely different, and the audiences are completely different. So from my perspective, it's like, okay, well, if I was trying to improve, sure, I could look at other channels, but the channels you look at and the areas you're wanting to explore your niches in, that's important too. Because if, let's say, Danny Aaron's audience is average age 8 to 12, right? And the content's made for little kids. That's going to be a completely different audience of mine, which the average age is 25 to 30, somewhere in that range, 22 to 30 probably. Because we're heavy in the 18 to 24 range. We're heavy in the 24 or 25 to 30. That's like our main demographic. We have very little people under the age of 18 in terms of their account. They could be lying about that. They could be 12, 13, whatever. And they have an account that says they're 18 or they're using their parents, whatever the case may be. But that's kind of my demographic. And there's a reason for that. A lot of people who look and seek out after how to grind league SBCs, how to trade with this sort of thing, flip the cards, all that sort of thing attracts a audience over a certain age. Because there's a little bit more of a buy-in. There's a little bit more of an understanding. And if someone's younger, it might be harder for them to pick up on that right away. Example I'll give, right? We have Footmaster. He's 10 years old. So when we see Footmaster in chat and we either roast him for asking the same question stream after stream, it's not because he's an idiot. He's not. He's literally 10 years old. I remember when I was 10, if I was talking to a YouTuber and he was constantly giving me tips in Call of Duty on how to level up or which guns were good, I'd want to know every single day if anything changed, right? I can understand that thought process. Versus I don't know how old Dante is, but like Dante would be a perfect example of a little bit older demographic. He's here in a lot of streams. He kind of knows the format we do. He knows what to expect, but he's here for more of the community sort of element. But yeah, let me know how old you guys are in chat, because what I've noticed too, chats in general, you'll have a lot younger chat than the demographic of the audience. The chat will be younger because the people typically interacting the most are the younger ones. The older ones are the ones playing FIFA while watching the stream and will never type in chat, but will laugh at what I just said because they're in the middle of their draft and they're down by a goal and they're trying to pay attention, but now they're going to feel like they need to type in chat to prove a point or something. Or they're finishing up their foot champs because they were with family all weekend and now they finally have a little bit of time to themselves. But no, and like that's another thing too you guys have to realize. I am 24 years old. If you are 14 and you're trying to become a graphics designer for thumbnails and you're having an interest in it, there's nothing wrong with someone saying your thumbnails suck. You have room to improve. That is probably the best thing you could hear at your age. If someone told me at age 14 my stuff sucked and I had room to improve, that would have been amazing. But I had a bunch of people who, if I did like a YouTube commentary, because that's what I watched on Call of Duty all the time, was people doing like Call of Duty commentaries. Most of my friends at the time when I was in middle school or beginning of high school just thought it was cool to see someone doing that because they remembered watching that content too. They didn't enjoy the content. They just knew, hey, I know this guy who's making this video. That's cool. Let's see if something comes from it. But when it shifts to more than that and you're wanting to do something with it, that's when kind of the circle you have around you or the influence that you go to is super important, right? Like if my goal is to get better at streams, I'm not going to ask my mom what would be a good idea to improve the streams. I'm going to ask someone who's generally in the streams and thinks there's room for improvement. Their criticism or their ideas are going to be a lot more valid than a random person. My mom's not random, but in terms of like, she has no say on what I do here. She has no idea what any of this is. Why would I listen? That's an issue in society too. Like people, you got to understand who's giving advice and who you take it from. There's nothing wrong if someone wants to offer advice and you listen to what they're saying. Doesn't mean you have to implement it. What packs do you recommend for tomorrow and what minimum amount? For me specifically, I'm not saying you necessarily have to do this, but this is kind of the whole point of the lib grind. Everything in the lib makes sense to me. From the jumbo silver and the jumbo gold, in terms of opening it tomorrow and throughout the week, gold commons and gold rares are going to have a dramatically more value than they do right now, for the most part. Jumbo silver pack, I feel like throughout the week, we're going to see like MLS cards, Eredivisie cards, even Libertadores cards be more expensive than they are right now. The reason why I know that is they are so dead cheap right now, they can't get cheaper. So for me, it's a no-brainer to not only make these packs, but to not open them right now, because I'm either storing it in my club, which then is essentially not being sold yet, or I am selling it if I already had one in my club, which we already just said are super low in price, so why would I sell it right now? So for me, the next form of investment that I'm trying out, instead of just investing in players, which we're still invested in gold rares, common golds, we're going to invest in silver rares again when they go back down. We're still going to do all that investing, but the next place we're going to invest is in packs. So tradable packs in that sense. We got draft packs I'm invested in, Electrum Players Pack, and the Gold Players Pack. These are going to be insane for trying to get either the Silver Common Liga NOS players or the Gold Common Liga NOS players that have Team of Season cards. Because in here you have up to 6 common golds you could get. Here you have 11 common golds you could get. That's huge. And then in terms of rare golds, you get 4 rare golds at the end from the rare mix, which obviously rare Electrum is going to give you more, but you also have the 4 rare bronzes and the 4 rare silvers. If we have another 81 double upgrade again, 4 rare silvers is going to be a huge deal. If I can make an 81 double upgrade with those 4 rare silvers untradeable and using the other stuff I have in my club. The bronze rares, if we have new icons come out, I can do, along with the Born Legend team, I can do the Rising Star with the silver rares too and get tradable 2 rare gold player packs. You could pack a Team of Season, you could pack a board, you could pack whatever the case may be, but you're using untradeable cards to make a tradable product and just doing that over and over again. Did I not do Nedved or Rooney? Are these new, or did I just not see them before? Or did I just not do them before? I guess I'll use Rooney as the example here. Perfect example, right? I've done the lib a lot. I have a bunch of bronze rares since I'm not doing other league SBCs. I have a bunch of this stuff just sitting around. So my question is, if it's just going to sit around, why not make use out of it? So if I want a specific league to get some chem, maybe I'll use like the Swedish league, right? Use a bunch of these cards here. They would have no other purpose for me. Maybe I'd be able to throw 1 card into a marquee matchups if I had the space. But besides that, I would just be getting untradeable duplicates. Why not make a tradable pack now? So all you need is 50 chem, get some players in position, get some strikers up top. Boom. There you go. Pack made. I need to catch up with chat. I can't sell lib cards. You can sell lib cards. Like I just mentioned, they're very low in price right now. So the number one thing you could probably do with them right now is either make packs or invest in them. But if you're trying to sell and flip, you got to pay attention to the cards you're picking up. Which again, if you're not comparing price before you bid, how the heck do you know what cards you're going for? So if you're going to pick up, like I got a center back right there, 74 rated. I don't know if he's going to pop up here because we have a bunch of cards. Here we go. We got this guy for 350 coins. How much is his buy now? Potentially 800, right? That's a lot more than maybe a 65 rated right back from a league team no one uses might be going for right now. For example, this guy. Picked him up for 300. How much is his buy now? 300 buy now. Right? So I wouldn't sell this dude right now. I'd sell him later. But if we go back up here, more top nations, more certain teams. Here we got another 74 rated. How much is he going for? Looks like we could potentially get 700 out of him. So the trend that I pick up on, and I don't know if you guys are picking up on it, looks like Argentina cards, aka literally top nations, are up right now for silver rares. So it makes sense if it's a higher rated silver card, there might be an increased price due to the SBC today. And just in general, people wanting to use the cards for the Libertadores, right? But here, we got a 350, 73 rated card. He's going for 300 on bid at least. His buy now is 500. This dude is typically like 800 to 1,000 most evenings. But since prices are low, you can pick them up pretty easily, but it's harder to flip them on. This all looks like good investments to me, or super cheap SBCs I can do. That's what my mind goes to. And what a lot of you will do is you'll see 2 things. You'll see either prices are extremely low, and you'll say, there's no point in me bidding because I can't make profit if it's extremely low, so you won't bid. Then when prices go high, you'll do the opposite. You'll try to go back to the lib and you'll say, Mumbo, prices are so high in these cards I can't win them. What's the point of me doing it? And then you don't do it. So then you don't do the lib at all and you feel like you got no benefit, right? Then you're sitting here telling me that the lib is a lie. Meanwhile, if you just take what I said and do the inverse, notice that things are low and think, hey, this might be a good time to stock up my club or do the SBCs for cheap maybe hold the packs, maybe hold some of the cards until prices go up. Then I can make bank if they go up because I got in at the lowest price and now they're rising. But then same thing when cards go high in price. If you see cards are high in price, instead of not doing it because you think it's overpriced and you think it's going to make the SBC get more expensive, understand that, hey, maybe I can mass bid. Maybe I can try sniping. In any card I win, I'm essentially guaranteed profit. Kind of goes both ways. Sharky, what's up, buddy? All right, I got to keep selling when we do this. Who's my favorite footballer of all time? Thiago Silva. Not even close. Thiago Silva. You've been speaking for 25 minutes straight. Drink some water. That's lightweight, bro. What are you talking about? Wait, have we actually been talking for 25 minutes straight? I kind of lost track of all time there. I just kind of spewed stuff out of my mouth. I thought it was funny because he took the team that my uncle's in for an SBC. What team does your uncle play for? You didn't read my thing? Is it just me or libs go for next to nothing and some don't even sell for min price? Help at MumboElite. This includes defenders. Yep, I just explained that. 700 to 800K or 700 to 800 gold rares. What's up, GTA? Are you asking me what you should do, or are you saying... Dude, it sucks when I miss chat. Now I'm confused on what everyone's saying. Sharky, Mumbo Jumbo Gold Rare Players Pack. Option 123 Elite Division Rivals Rewards. Thursday, 10 a.m. Thiago Silva Gold Rare. 85 rated Gold Rare. 6,800 coins. Hello. What's up, bud? Can't go into a single player draft match. I don't understand why, bruv. EA's messed up today, man. How much should I spend altogether? However many coins you put in, and depending on how much reward you want to get out of it, you can calculate from that. So if you have 1.4 million, should I spend all my coins investing in gold rares? I have 1.4. So if you have 1.4, you have an idea of the range they can sell between. I say range for a reason, because everyone thinks of the best of price, but nothing before it. So like if cards are 650 bid right now that you can win, you're hoping cards get to 1,400 on some. Instead of waiting for everything to get to 1,400, if you have a range of like, let's say, 850 to 1,400. 850 being, hey, minimum 200 coins per card before tax. Maximum profit you can make 1,400 maybe on some set cards or like top nations or something. Maybe an SBC comes out, it goes crazy. What you can sell cards for. That way, as prices are rising, once it's in that range, you can feel comfortable selling, making that profit, and be getting rid of your cards. Because the worst thing in the world when you invest in gold rares is when they go up in price, when you still wait, you refuse to sell anything, and then they start going back down because the market gets flooded, everyone starts selling their investments, they go even more down, and they're back to what they were before. And then you feel like you did all that for nothing. He's the striker off Veilberg. Nice. How much do you think you'd make? Well, if you're let's say you pick up at 700. If you're picking up one at 700, let's say you're picking up gold rares from, I don't know, any league, 700. Realistically, I think you could potentially, if it's the same formation, like let's say it's a left back in a left back formation, if it's a center back in a formation that has quite a few center backs, or if it's a center mid in a formation that has center mids, I think those cards specifically will get to 1,000 plus at times for sure. If it's a off position, if it's a CDM with center mids or CDM with cams, that's going to be a little harder to get that direct, because when people buy a lot of SBCs, they go off of position. For example, if there's a right mid, right? Let's say there's a, first of all, let's take Davies out. Let's say someone's doing a player pick SBC, and the formation has a right mid. Instead of just mass bidding on rare right mids on the market, they're going to go to the right mid spot and they're going to buy like this. They're going to have gold rare. They're going to go to right mid. They're going to look at 700 coins and they're going to buy everything this way. And as you see, prices on these are already 700 coins, right? They're going for 700 buy now. So having that in mind, if you think there's going to be a left mid in the formation, a right mid in the formation, a center mid, a center back, whatever the case may be, a striker, a goalkeeper, most positions, if it's going to be 11 rare golds needed in a team for like league specific 25K, my personal opinion, you can't go wrong with goalkeepers. So if you did the same logic with goalkeepers, let's say you wanted to do goalkeepers, let's say no nation right now and you just wanted to do 700 coins. You're going to notice that all goalkeepers are already at 700 coins. Now, there's a couple different reasons for this. The new SBC today, people need higher rated cards. Have an understanding that might be the reason why these are up a little bit. That doesn't change the fact that people are going to use these if they need 11 rare golds in a league specific 25 or an 80 plus guaranteed player pick from a individual league, from La Liga. Does that kind of make sense? So if you go for positions that are almost guaranteed to get in, like a center back is in every formation, a goalkeeper, if you need 11 players, is in every formation, a striker of some sort is needed in every formation with 11 players, I believe. Is there any formation on the field that doesn't have a striker? Because even left forward, right forward would have a striker. Even a center forward formation would have a striker, right? Or is there any formation where there isn't a striker? Last, favorite sauce on pasta, tomato pesto. Can't go wrong with tomato. But I just love eating white sauce. I could eat white sauce all day. I love white sauce in my mouth. It's the best feeling. I don't know why. Like for investments, I feel like scared to invest a lot. I tend to go with lower risk. Well, Tej, let me explain this to you, buddy. If you're scared to invest, and that's why you go low tier, low rated cards, I can understand that being a reasoning, right? You see people invest in a lot of special cards, a lot of team of the seasons, things like that, and maybe lose a lot of coins or make a lot of coins. That makes sense. But like, I don't know if you're scared with investing in like gold rares or something like that. But what I would say is if you're doing any sort of low end investing, if you're nervous about it, that's probably because you have a lack of knowledge of the area you're investing in. So like, for example, if I'm telling you right now, I think gold rares would be a good investment, and you don't understand why gold rares are a good investment, I could understand why you'd be afraid to invest in gold rares. If I'm saying to invest in lib cards, specifically defenders, 70 pluses, top nations, that sort of thing, and you don't know why that would be a good investment, I could understand why you or other people might feel like, oh, is that even going to be a good deal? What's the reason behind that? I'd be a little nervous putting my coins in. I don't want to lose them. But the more knowledgeable you get in these areas, the more you understand how the market works, makes it very easy to do certain investments. So you'll see, I could sometimes put millions into gold rares, gold commons, lib cards, and not even think twice about it. But if Marcus tries to get me to invest in what he did today with Courtois, he's making at least 1 million coins on that, I would be very hesitant because that's not my area where I spend a lot of time. I feel like I don't have the knowledge as much as he does. White sauce in your mouth? What do you mean? You guys don't like white sauce? But no, like it's just understanding where you're at. Some people like doing that sort of thing. Some people don't care. And honestly, if you don't care, that's the best investment, people. If you're doing something you really don't care one way or another, if you win or lose coins, like I'm on 9 million. I'm going to be back to 10 million eventually. I've been opening a lot of promo packs, so we'll see. But like realistically, if I get a bunch of gold rares for minimum price and I have to sell for like 50 coins profit, that's the most loss I can take. I'm not really going to take a loss on that. But also too, understanding that prices change, and just because at a point in time something's going for a certain price doesn't mean it's not going to move. So if you're, what's an example I can give? If you're investing in informs, right? Let's say you get an 84 inform and they're going for like 10 to 11K bid, super cheap. You're like, wait, informs seem super low right now, but they have no value to them at the moment. Why is that the case? That doesn't seem like a safe investment. But then you see there's 2 team of the weeks needed for some sort of SBC, and they shoot up crazy in price. Then you see every single inform on the market we had at one point was like 20K. It's like, dang it, well, if I would have invested in that, I would have doubled my coins on every single inform. It's like you kind of live and learn from those experiences where you kind of get an understanding of, hey, I realize what caused that to go up in price. If I think this is something that might come back eventually, I'm going to try to learn to see if I can pick up on these signs. One of the signs that I feel like our community picks up well on is repeatable SBCs. We know on Mondays is a repeatable day. How do we invest getting forward, moving forward? Gold rares, gold commons, league SBC cards because people want to do repeatables. That sort of thing seems pretty safe. So even though there is some risk in it, right? Let's say a lib card never rises above a 300 buy now again. There's always the risk of that. But I know for me and you guys, we do the libs so much that I know myself I'm going to buy cards for more than 300 eventually. I know a lot of you guys will buy them for more than 300. So as long as we're still doing the SBC, cards are going to get bought. So there's some value in them. So what's your best method at the moment? The pinned video in chat, buddy. If you haven't watched our new video today, that is my #1 trading method at the moment. Should I sell now? I bought a center back PL rare. How much did you buy it for, and what are you trying to sell it for right now, Alex? Because it depends. I've got 400K and a lot of fodder. Should I do the 93 moments? I would do it throughout the week. If you're a content creator and you're trying to get it out today, cool. But if you're not and you want to kind of do it for as cheap as possible and use fodder, I would say with repeatable SBC is going to be available tomorrow. Take advantage of those, knock a lot of the price off, help yourself do it for cheaper, and who knows, maybe pack a team of season along the way. Yeah, I made like 50K in rares when the repeatable SBC came out. Nice. So one of the things I'm trying too, so I'm making packs, I'm running through the lib. What I'm also doing too is I'm investing in lib cards right now. In hopes of 2 things. One, if prices go up, whether it's tomorrow or later this week, huge W, no matter what. I'm already selling a lot of cards for profit regardless. Maybe not as much profit as I'd want, but I'm able to win the cards pretty easily. If they go up a lot, we make a lot of coins. If they don't move in price, we essentially get to run through the lib SBC a million bajillion times and then open the packs and get profit there. So you're either doing the SBC for extremely cheap, opening the packs up when there's super expensive stuff in it, or you're doing it when it's a little bit more expensive, flipping those easily, making a lot of coins on the duplicates or just cards in general, and then also too making coins on the packs in there. And if the stuff isn't up in packs, if gold rares are down, if gold commons are down, maybe holding off on the packs would be a good idea. Bought for 650, 700. Yeah, last week we went heavy on gold rares. I'm probably avoiding gold rares this week just due to how much I'm doing the lib. I think there's sound investment though. Like right now, Spanish cards are up. But last week I went in on Spanish rare goalkeepers for 650, and that paid off heavily. Might not seem like a lot, but it was enough to help me since I started like 2 weeks ago. But think about it like this. Think about repeatable SBCs. If they're happening on a week-to-week basis, granted, there's not going to be 52 weeks of FIFA, a repeatable SBC every Monday. But if you take, like, let's say, throughout team of the season, right, where you have multiple weeks, you have every single of the main leagues that come out, you have the ultimate, you have the best. You'll have the ultimate that comes out, you had the community before. You take, let's say, that, like, 5 to 7 week span. If you're making profit, if you're investing in something on a Monday and you're selling on a Sunday, or sorry, cannot speak right now. If you're investing on a Sunday and you're selling on a Monday or Tuesday, and you notice, hey, I made 100K on that. That might not seem like a lot to you, but if you made 100K, and then the next week with that money, you did it again, and you kind of knew what happened last week, so you prepared for it even more. You made even more coins. You do that week in, week out. Not only are you getting guaranteed coins each week for the most part, doing the same thing over and over, understanding why it's working, but you probably have more coins to work with. probably have a better eye for which investments would make you even more coins. More than anything, your head is now in the kind of knowledge of market, whether that be at a silver level, a gold level, a special card level. And the more you're in it, the more it kind of makes sense. There is a science kind of to it. I have 250K. Should I invest it all in gold rares or should I invest it into something else? Well, theoretically, let's say you invested 250K into gold rares and they doubled in price. Let's say you picked them up for 250 or 650 coins and they got to 1,300, right? Your 250K at best would become 500K. If that is life-changing to you and you think you could sell that within the next day or two, feel free to go for it. But most realistically, you're going to probably be looking at a couple hundred coins per card. Maybe if you're picking up for 650, 700, maybe some for around 1,000, right? That's not bad. But I know a lot of lib cards I could pick up right now and make more coins per card. But not every card does that, right? Like if you look at our video from today, we had a lib where we picked up for, I believe, is 300 coins and sold for 800. That's 500 coins profit. That's more than I got on most gold rares that I sold last week. However, I had thousands upon thousands of gold rares. When it comes to libs, I typically have a couple hundred. Like what you said, I feel like I understand why things happen, I think. It's like you said, I'm not used to doing things, and that's why I'm scared. Well, that's a life thing too, man, right? How many things in life do you feel like you want to do right now, or you'd want to do, but you're scared to even start? Because you are afraid of either perception of how good you could be at something, or the fear of being bad at it stops you from doing it. Once you kind of get over that, it's a lot easier to kind of have that affect other ways of your life. And as crazy as it sounds, it could start with FIFA. If you're less afraid of, let's say, losing coins on investment in FIFA because you put time into understanding what happens with card prices, and you now have an understanding of like repeatable SBCs, you're going to feel more confident with that decision. Same way if you want to start working out and you feel like, oh, people might judge me in the gym. I don't know what I'm doing. I don't think I'm going to lift a lot. I think people might be looking at me. I'm afraid to start. But maybe you start gathering knowledge of like, hey, what are the exercises I want to be doing in the gym? What would I be able to do? What's like a beginner thing? What can I get good at? What could I maybe do at home to start with so I'm a little bit more prepared? You kind of put those steps into action. By the time you get to the gym, not only is it easier than it would have been, you understand, it's funny coming from gym culture, most people in the gym are worried about themselves, not other people. So many people have body images issues that their last thing they're thinking about is that person in the gym. And most people, like let's say you're looking at the big bodybuilders in the gym, most of them have been in the weightlifting industry for so long that anytime they see new people come in, they actually love that because they see it as someone trying it for the first time, or on their way to trying to become healthier. And that's just like a really cool thing. For me, I see that with like the lib thing. Anytime I see a new person try the lib out who maybe didn't know if it would be worth it at first, or didn't think they'd like doing League SBCs, or even just like flipping the cards for profit, not saying you even have to do the League SBC, seeing them understand how it works, not even if they do it. Like some people will be like, I understand it now. I don't want to do it, but like I see the worth in it. That makes me feel good because they came in thinking one thing, gathered information, and their thought changed. And through that, it's cool. Like I had people come in last year when we were doing it. We had at least a couple people. I don't know how many. If Kage is here, maybe Kage would know. I had a couple people hit me up, and they literally were people who would spend hundreds of dollars on FIFA points, and the idea of League SBCs, I guess, never occurred to them. Once they learned League SBCs, not only did they not buy FIFA points ever again, they made infinitely more coins and packed crazier things from League SBCs than they ever did from promo packs. And like, that's such a cool thing because you can see the real life effect of that. If you're spending time in FIFA, obviously anytime you spend in something is an investment. But if you have someone who's spending hundreds of dollars a month, and that could have been used for, let's say, their family, going out with friends, maybe investing in their future, a business, whatever they may be, that's now freed up to have a positive impact in other areas of their life. That maybe they're just wasting on FIFA every single year. So like my question to you guys is, whether it's going back to thumbnails or designs we were talking about. If that is something that you're into and you're working on it, what are things you can look up? What are ways you can improve that? And what are ways you can better express that to other people? Whether in this community, in other communities, what does that look like? Is that a graphics design class? Is that watching a couple hours of a YouTube tutorial on how to learn a program? If you're a trader or League SBC grinder, does that mean maybe watching a step-by-step video on how someone does something, right? What does that look like? If you want to be a streamer yourself, what does that look like? Do you need certain equipment? If you can't afford certain equipment, what can you make do with what you have? When I was in middle school, I had a flip phone, and I would take a bookshelf. I would drag a bookshelf into the living room where we had one of those old blocky TVs. And I would set up my flip phone on record mode, and I would put a book. I don't know if it was a Bible or not, but I have a Bible right here. And I would put my flip phone on top of the book, and I would put like a cup or something behind it so it'd stay up. And I would do live Call of Duty commentaries from my living room off of that. Then in high school, I didn't have an Elgato game capture or anything like that right away. I would record off the PS4 with the share play option. I would then upload it as an unlisted video to YouTube. Then I would take my dad's work computer or my crappy laptop I had at the time, which was really slow, and I would go to my YouTube channel through there, download the video, get a free editing software, put the video into there, either use the computer audio or whatever little mic I had and try to record my audio that way or add music to it, and then re-upload that to YouTube as a video. And like from there, I was able to invest in an Elgato, which made HD gameplay a little easier to get, better mics over time, better cameras, Stream Deck. I have a Stream Deck. I don't even use it that often, but I could put like sound effects or transitions and stuff on there. But you don't need that stuff to start, right? You can start if you have a passion anywhere with it. It's just where do you want to take it? Mumbo, do I just compare price before I bid on libs? If you're trying to sell it right now and make a profit, yes. Hello, how do we get ready for picks? Ghost, you get ready for picks in a multitude of ways, buddy. Either investing like we did last week in rare golds, common golds, that sort of thing. Or for me, I'm doing League SBC investing in the form of packs. So I know a lot of things that we just talked about as the form of an investing through common golds and rare golds. Instead of storing them in my club, I'm storing them in tradable packs. So I have a bunch of tradable common golds and rare golds that will get in the jumbo gold packs, the draft packs as well. And if we open those now, we'd have to store them or sell them. But if we hold them in packs, we can open them tomorrow and deal with them then. So that'd be my recommendation. What's the best one club for Lib? There's a million clubs you could use. I like Valise. I think Valise has a lot of cards you can use pretty decently. But if you find something else, let me know. Uncle Mumbo, what's the trick for the Lib? Because they're down in price heavy still. I can still do it, but it's a lot harder now. In what sense? Are we talking investing? Are we talking trading? Are we talking League SBC? Can you give me a little bit more information on that? You're a real one, Mumbo? I don't even think it's necessary. I appreciate it, but like it's just my thoughts. Like you could say it's real. I don't know. It's just my thought process. And to me, like I would rather say that stuff, even if it ruffles some feathers or makes someone say, yo, I came for you showing me how to flip a lib card. Why are you talking about this? I don't know. I think it's important because like all the things I'm telling you are things I wish I would have known when I was 14, right? If I would have known some of these things when I was 14, I'd be further along than I am now. But like the same thing is true, right? I'm learning things now, or I will be learning things now that down the line, I'll be saying the same thing over and over again. Like, wow, I wish I knew that when I was 24. And my point being, you're constantly learning in life. So enjoy the journey. You got profit for a 40K pack on the shop? Nice. Shiny Hunter George, what's up, buddy? But have you seen the price of rare Spanish players 80 to 83 rated? 3 to 6K easy profit. Yep. We sold almost every single one I had. We should probably look at other top nations as well. Yeah. So, pro tip, if you guys had rare golds invested in for, let's say, later this week for repeatables, if you notice it's insanely high now, a Romero for like 2.4K is better than a Romero for minimum, potentially 1,000, right? So if you're ever wondering whether or not you should sell an investment, you had that range of what you wanted to sell at. If you notice cards now are going for more than that, feel free to get rid of it. There's no reason to hold it if you can make coins on it now. Good amount of coins too. Guess which GOAT you packed? Thiago Silva. Jesse, how's it going? Sorry, you say you will invest in La Liga SBC. I will invest in La Liga SBC. I'm investing in the Libertadores SBC. Is that what you're talking about? Or I'm investing for the La Liga team of the season repeatable SBCs are the things I'm mentioning. So like, you know, those league specific 25K packs that constantly come out week in, week out? Well, most likely tomorrow, since Mondays are typically a repeatable day, have an SBC that comes out that will guarantee with 11 rare golds that are needed in the solution. If you get them on a chem, you will be able to get a league-specific 25K pack from La Liga. I don't really understand what Libertadores cards. You don't understand what Libertadores cards are, or you don't understand what sells for what, or again, I'm very confused by your question. Can you give me a more complete question so I can better address it? Otherwise, I'm just going to have to speculate off of that and give you a roundabout answer. If you don't understand lib cards or how to flip them right now, literally our video today explains it perfectly. A lot of it goes off of comparing price. I'll even show it right now. If you're used to having lib cards be super expensive and you're mass bidding and wondering why a lot of them aren't selling, you should probably be checking the buy now price. So if I go to lib defender, right? Look at this, lib defender, max price 300 buy now. What I'll notice is every single thing looks like for the most part selling within the hour. However, it looks like the lower rated silvers, 65s, 66, 67s, those take a little longer to sell. But as you see, we get further up here, you notice a trend. I don't see many Argentinian cards. Do you guys? The first Argentinian card I see is 25 minutes in, right? So in my head, I haven't seen 70 pluses up until that point, and I haven't seen Argentina cards up until that point. So if I'm bidding on defenders, probably the ones that have the most value right now are Argentinians and ones that are close to 70, if not more. So I'm going to do a max price of 300 here. I'm going to look for those things. Here is a left back that goes for 500 coins within the hour, it looks like. I can do a 250 bid. Literally double my coins in that card, right? I see a center back right here. Compare price. Look what he's going for. Looks like this could be a card that could go for probably like 700, 800 coins most likely. I'm going to bid 250 on that. Double, triple, quadruple my coins, whatever that may be. I see a 400 coin card here for a left back. I could make 150 if I sell it for 400, or if it goes up even more in price later, I make even more of those coins. Here is an Orban, a 71 rated center back of what we just talked about, a Argentina card. If I pick that up right now for 250 coins, that is going to be good profit. Here's another 70 rated card. Picking it up for 250 coins. That's good profit. 73 rated card. Compare price on him. What's he going for? It's going to be probably at least 700 coins. Good profit. Here's another one, 68 rated. Compare price. He's going for at least 700 coins. If I pick him up, that's good profit. Does that kind of make sense? Like, there's coins to be had. If anything, there's more coins to be had right now because a lot of people will not bid. Oh, I should have just showed you what those sold for. My bad. A lot of people will have the mindset like, oh, cards are low right now. Must mean I can't do it. No, you can still do it. You just got to know which cards to pick up. Right? Don't have, because a 65 rated strongest team going for barely anything stop you from doing this. I understand a little more. Good. And if you have any questions, again, feel free to let me know. But if you're comparing price and you understand, like I just showed you, how to check what has value, if you know in your heart that everything is going for at least 300 coins right now, and you notice that Argentina cards take a little bit less time to sell on, they're more in demand, you can easily kind of piece together, hey, these things might have more value. The best thing is, if it doesn't sell at a certain price, you always have the ability to relist it again or try to relist it again for less. Have I tried the 40K pack in the store? No, I am unassigned right now, so I can't open any packs. Just made 200K in 5 minutes. LOL, I bought Pepe, center back from Porto, for 950 coins, like 50 of them, and sold for 5 to 9K. GG, mate. You think the grind will be the same in FIFA 23, what it was like in FIFA 21? Do I think the grind in the next FIFA will be like the grind in the last FIFA? Or do you mean FIFA 22? Will I do in FIFA 23 what I do in right now? Because if you're saying for this FIFA, I'll have to wait to see what the SBCs are. If League SBCs are set up the same way, where it's only 4 teams, absolutely. 100%. Also, pro tip too, and this can be something that helps you out with buy now prices as well. What I like to do sometimes, especially if I'm doing League SBCs, what I was just talking about how much silvers go for, what I like to do is if I know I'm going to use these cards or these are going to sell more later, I like sniping these because I see these as an investment. But what it also does is it raises the market price of them right now too. So I like looking for certain one teams. I like looking for those nationalities, whatever the case may be. I'm going to pick these up right now because I think they're good deals. Not off of what the current market price is necessarily, but I think it's either good to put in the SBC or I think it's going to be more later. And if I'm doing this, it's going to drive the prices up a little bit more. Especially the, dude, the bronzes make no sense to me. I don't get how cheap bronze defenders are currently. Look at that. I will be taking care of every 70 plus that's on the market. If you have a 70 plus lib player on here, there's not a single one that's going to be left. So if you're bidding 250 on a 70 plus, you're guaranteed to sell it for at least 350 or at least 300. Most likely 352. What cards are up? If you're talking about lib, you got to look card by card, buddy. Look at that. 600, 800, 700, 800. You're telling me you can't make coins on the libs right now. I'm not talking to any of you individually, but I'm saying as a whole. Tell me you can't make coins on the lib right now. And the best thing is, that's probably a duplicate. So if I know this one sold for 800, I can go to my club and sell the one we have there for 800. If this one sold for 700, I know we can probably sell the one we had in our club too for 700. We sold this one for 800. If this is a duplicate, I know we can sell the one in our club for 800. If not, even more. Because most likely this was the cheapest price, and someone's now buying a card that's higher. So, do yourself a favor. If you sell a card that's a duplicate, take a look at the one in your club. That could also be added into the video for the lib. If you're storing and selling duplicates, anytime you see a duplicate, go for a lot. Try to sell the other one. But even too, if you're storing cards in your club, let's not even say you're selling duplicates. If you're wanting to do 5 runs through the lib, do this. If you're wanting to do 5 runs through the lib and you're wanting to have the most coins after possible, even if you're storing stuff in your club, let's say you're mass bidding on a couple hundred cards, you have some duplicates pop up, but you're doing the SBC, some more you can store in your club after because you use some, and you have maybe after you're done, 5 runs through, you have a couple hundred in your club, and you have maybe like 30 cards left over duplicate. Sell the 30 duplicates, and then if you're done for the day, maybe go and sell all the rest of the Lib Club cards in your club if you see they're up in price. Get rid of all those, make coins on the ones you stored, and have more coins than you would have if you left them in your club. For me, I like having the foundation of libs in my club just in general, because I find it's easier to get duplicates that way. I find it's easier for me to do the lib SBC whenever I want. I don't like starting from 0, which is what I consider having no lib cards in your club. But if that's a big deal to you, to see a liquid coin balance at a certain point, feel free to do that every single day. You know, it might make it harder for you to do the SBC. You have to put more time into it, but hey, you do you. I'll be right back. I'm going to take a piss. All right, I'm back. You know what? Actually, I'm gonna try something. I'm gonna try something real quick. All right, we're back. Kage, what's up, buddy? So, I made like a mustard base mixed with a bunch of different seasonings. I made it into like a sauce. And I'm taking just lettuce that I have, or spinach, I guess. I'm treating it like a chip. where I'm dipping the lettuce or spinach into the sauce. It's pretty good. Your head blocked my message on PlayStation? There you go. Smash the like button, dudes. Wait, why is that not letting me send? There we go. You're going to do the 93 plus icon moments. Yeah, we're going to start it tomorrow. But like also too, 70 pluses in general. Going back to the lib comment I was making earlier. If I went to 300 by now, I bet right now I could have enough influence to get this market up just by some simple buy nows. So if I went to not only defender, if I did everything 300, and I just look for 70 rated cards, because we established that Argentina cards and 70 plus rated cards seem to be the things that are up more. So if I combine those two things and make sure that every single card that's listed, if I think it's good value picking up for 700 coins, if I see it's a 70 plus and or an Argentina card, that seems like it'd be pretty good value. So I'm going to go ahead and do that right now. While at the same time, bidding on... It's in your room. I left it in your room. Yeah. There literally was someone behind me this time. Can you enter champs more than once a weekend? I don't think so, but you can qualify again for the next one or something. Because I could have played my qual games after for, I think, next week. Mumbo, after my research, has the best pack overall is EFL, as in the championship. No. Just set it right there. I gotta do that shit. Don't. Please just leave it there. Make the lib market go up? Should I just do that for the next, like, 20 minutes? I'm going to be the lib king. Community service announcement. Your 70 plus cards. Get them now, boys. Win them on bid. If you want to make coins. Since I'm making packs, I'm going to use these anyways. Maybe we should have went position by position. That probably would have been better. We should have went by midfielders and then attackers, then goalkeepers. We're too committed at this point, though. Do the whole community a favor? Incorrect. Doing the PlayStation community a favor. The funny thing is, I'm still going to make profit on most of these cards. I'll probably sell most of these for 400 to 500. This is also a good thing for me. And if I see a Valise card, I'm picking it up. Because I need my Valise, boys. Yeah. Yeah, I think your goals are different than mine, though, Kage. So I think the EFL Championship fits you well. I think it fit you well in the past, too, if I remember correctly. You loved that one. You and Cameron. When do you sell the 80 plus lib cards? You literally can sell them right now. We've sold a ton already for 600 plus coins. Then I'm going to go through and do defenders, too. Because typically it's defenders are the next thing to rise. So if I go through and buy all 70 pluses, and then I go through and buy all defenders, the rest of the market should follow. So disappointed about the league? Are you a Liverpool fan? Ayo, can we give a quick shout out to all you guys who watched the new video today real quick? Not because you necessarily watched the video, but because I asked a question in it. Let me pull it up. I asked the question, what club do you guys support? What football club? And there was one of you, multiple of you. RGH said, Mighty Liverpool, here before they win the league. And I said, we'll see if this ages well. It indeed did not age well. But I got a lot of tradable rare golds from 78 rated 78. Issue yourself for profit. If you can sell a lot of them for high prices right now, then yes. Otherwise, I would wait for the EP to come. All right. What are you selling? Not my soul. That's for sure. We're buying and flipping lib cards. And we're trying to do something with the market. That was my go-to last year and earlier this year. Refresh your page? Refresh which page? The one on the YouTube video? Alright, there might have been some other ones listed, but it looks like up until this point, we got a majority of the cards that are 70 rated. Is Sudamericana good as well? Sudamericana has never really been... It's hard to flip Sudamericana cards in general. There's not enough eyes on it. I'm sure if we did the Sudamericana in a way that got a lot of attention like the Lib does, maybe. But it's just so much more valuable that the Lib packs are insane, in my opinion. Like each Lib run through, I'm looking at pack-wise of tradable value, 10 to 20K minimum. I would say probably 10K on the low end out of the Jumbo Silver and Jumbo Gold put together. 20K on the high end as a minimum. Sometimes it's 25K, 30K, 50K. On top of that, think about the cost we're doing it for. Especially for those two teams. Those two teams alone, we're doing for relatively cheap, right? The average price for each of those is maybe 300 or under. If we're doing it for 300, that's 3,300 per team. So that's what? 6,600 total. Let's run it up to 7K. If I'm making 10K, I'm making profit on those two alone. Not to mention all the untradeable value in the other two packs and the final pack as well. Which you can put into then marquee matchups. You can put into, if you pack like, let's say, an inform and stuff, a player SBC, where you could get, if it's multiple teams, some tradable packs out of. There's a ton of value that you get that people don't truly recognize as much as they could. Which is fine. If someone doesn't want to take it all the way there, they don't have to. They're just not getting the full benefit of a league like the Lib. Like, for example, I wasn't even trying to do this. I was saving packs for tomorrow regardless. But now that the Liga NOS is out, with so many having common gold cards, including the, what is it, the Nunez, the 94 rated one, we could pack them in a silver upgrade, a gold players pack, an Electrum pack. Any of those, we could potentially get them. Is the MLS Silver still good? Is the MLS Silvers good since when? Since I last talked about it or from our video today? If you're talking about from I last talked about it, we go over it in the video today. So if you haven't watched it yet, watch that. If you're asking from the video today, whether or not they're good. I think the video proves its point that you can do the same thing as a lib, compare price, and pretty easily make coins. Gonna grind silver upgrades for Nunez? Yes, sir. Pro tip, though. Okay. Silver upgrade is 3 cards. I think it's a great way to try to potentially pack them. However, the lib, you get 11 gold commons plus a rare gold, which I think he could show up as a rare gold too because his team of the season card. That is a higher percentage, or even the election pack. Potentially 6 common golds. That's double or quadruple the potential chances, at least, to pack them in versus a silver upgrade. And you can take the silvers that you get from the lib and put into a silver upgrade. Like, I could go right now. I don't know how many I have. But if I went to silver upgrade, I probably have a ton of untradeable silver rares and commons. I'm going to save the rares if we get an 81 double tomorrow. But if I went to silver commons, I probably have loads that I would never use that I could just chuck in. Again, I'm not doing any other league SBCs, so I theoretically could just get rid of everything here and be good to go. And you only need 30 chems, so it's not too difficult to get. Jesse is getting banned. From the bed. Alex, I'm actually going to throw it back to you. Instead of you asking me that question, I'm going to ask you the question. I want you to go to the store right now. From what you learned in the video from me, I want you to check what defenders are going for in the MLS. I want you to make a bidding filter yourself off of the buy now price. And let me know if you can either pick up cards or if you can compare price and win some for profit. You let me know. Because the prices may have changed, but the logic hasn't. I'll send you some more stuff you did like a month ago. Because you'll probably like them more. Again, I am most likely, I'm just being blunt because I don't want to lead you on spot. I'm probably not going to take any graphic design stuff from any of you guys. Because if I was going to get graphic design stuff, if I thought it'd be an upgrade to what I currently have, I would probably purchase it from someone who is well known in the industry and has a design already thought out for what I want. If you guys want to show me and have me critique it, I'm all for that. I just want that to be clear so it's not a you doing a bunch of work for me that I'm never going to use or you think I'm going to use it. I'm probably not. The interesting thing this week with the La Liga SBC not being out, you're not going to be able to do the league-specific 25K pack into the League SBC grind like we were for the Prem or the Bundesliga. Okay, but look. Nice. Yeah, I would say in terms of like this sort of thing would be a lot better for like a player review-esque thing, right? Because like I know you're just having fun with the designs. I don't know necessarily what your purpose is. Like if you're just having fun with the design, understanding the marketing for it, this could have been for like a Holland player review video, right? So like let's say the stats were leaked. Let's say hypothetically Holland's stats were leaked beforehand. You knew they were official. You could potentially hit up YouTubers with this. Let's say Bundesliga goes next week, right? Let's say this card hasn't come out yet. You could make this design. You could make it look even better, making some changes or whatever. And you could go to YouTubers and be like, hey, I know you like doing reviews on your channel. Here's a Holland PNG thumbnail if you want to use this. Would this be something you'd be down for? But also, too, if they would want to use it or they like it, you could start a business relationship there. where not only are you doing it for free, you can be like, hey, if you want, anytime something's leaked and you think you want to do a player review on it, I can, if you like this format, set it up for you and we can make a deal where it's like X amount of dollars PayPal or something, right? Then something like this, I'm assuming you're a Ronaldo fan and you're a United fan would be my guess, but like, what would be the point of having the stats, the icon card, the rating, and him in a Juve kit? Like, as a United supporter, if you're making this as a United fan, why is he in a Juve kit? If you're making this as a Ronaldo fan, is he going to Juve? What's the message portraying? Is the icon image indicating that he's going to be an icon someday? Is that the video that you're going to be doing that for? Is this a potential icon stats if he would become an icon someday? Like, what is the point of this? Kind of have that in your mind when you're making it in advance, rather than just like having fun with the image. If you want to have fun with an image, that's great and all. But like, here's a perfect example. Prem team of the season. So someone who would use this thumbnail, they'd see the Korean flag in the back, they'd see the sun, and they would know, oh, nice. This would be the sort of thing, like, let's say for me, I would put my image in one side where I'd have like me with my mouth open or whatever it is, so people know it's my stream, and they know I'm trying to pack sun, right? It's Prem team of the season, I'm opening packs. They kind of know what they're in for. But if you remove the Prem team of the season, this would be an excellent thumbnail for a Sun player review. Actually, this would probably be one of the better thumbnails for a Sun player review, because I haven't seen people implement the Korea flag in the background that I've noticed. Maybe they have. That looks insanely sick to me. But like this, kind of hit and miss, right? Like, you have the 3 players here. You have the other ones in the background. You have Prem team of the season. I personally wouldn't like this format, but the other ones I really like. That's the thing too. It's like preference, right? Some people have preferences. All right. I'm going to defenders now, boys. If you guys are going to send me edits and stuff, I will look at that stuff later. I'm not going to be looking anymore on stream. So if you send it to me on Discord, I'll be looking after the stream. I just got to keep going. Otherwise, it's going to not be able to do what we want to do. Actually, wait. Watch this. Let's take all the bronze ones off the market first. So if I, right now, as a investment and as a flip and as a trying to get the market to go up, if I did 150 to 200 bids. Yeah, look at that. You're already starting to see them rise a little bit. If I did 200 bids on everything here. And then I snipe for 200. Then even for 250, I could start looking for something I think would be good value at 250. Now, everything in the market has to sell for 200. There's no card that's not 200. So if I want a card for 150, it's guaranteed profit at this point in time. But I'm looking at this. There's not many cards here. Here's a good... Porteno is a good one team you could use. So if someone's using Porteno as a one team, they might be buying a lot of the same players. He's the cheapest, so that could be a go-to. But now that every card is off for 250, any card that you win for 150, 200 is getting bought. Do I still play Idle Heroes? I haven't touched that in a long time. I really confused Lib and MLS prices too low to make profit from right now. Oh, is it worth? I don't know how to help you, mate. If you think this is too low to make coins on, buddy, and you shouldn't do the lib because you're not okay with 800 coins on a card, 700 coins on a card, or 600 coins on a card, there's an issue. Either you got to look at the ones you're bidding on so you know what the buy nows are going for. Or just not do it at all. Never do the lib again. Because this is very common. This is a very common thing to have it go up and down. Today was a good day. Europa League qualification for us in Liverpool. Quad is over. It is done. You know what, screw it. I'm just going to go full-blown investment mode. I'm going to do it. I'll keep making the lib right now too. But I'm going to go full-blown investment mode for a second. Just mass 250, 300 bids. And a 300 by now. We're going to go to 69 rated cards and above. I'll slowly drop it as they go up. Or one team I really want. Ice missed one, I think. All right, see you, buddy. Have a good night, man. Argentina, yes, sir. I'll take you. Beak supports like a million different teams. It changes. Today he was cheering on City. Tomorrow he'll be a United fan again. I'm good, by the way. Is a joke. I'm an Arsenal fan. So sad Pookie didn't do a masterclass. Oh, I didn't check. Hold on. Inter and Milan both ended up winning 3-0, which means Milan is the champions of Italy, baby. AC Milan. Let's go. That is awesome. Well deserved. Got a little scared there for a bit towards the end of the season. It looked like Inter was holding on pretty high, but they dropped some points. AC stayed consistent. That's beautiful. Well deserved. I hope we get a plethora of Inter and AC Milan cards during Team of the Season. Dude, this weekend, man, it's been a great weekend. Sunderland promotion yesterday. AC Milan champions today. Can't ask for any more than that, to be honest. Bum, 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 bum. What time is it? It's 2, right? I'll still probably be live for a while. I'll probably honestly be live until we get bid banned. I'll try to not get bid banned, but on the occasion we do, we'll end there. We also got drafts we could do. We could do drafts in between. online drafts. I'll save the offline drafts for later. I think I won up into the 45th minute, right? So all these guards are fresh game. What I know for a lot of you guys in the UK, it's probably what, like 7 or 8 in the evening. That'd be 12. 8. After we have the Champions League next week, what do we have to look forward to? What's coming up? I know MLS is in full swing. If you guys ever want to watch MLS, which you crap on it, so probably not. However, I might be able to actually go see City play. City is coming to the United States and playing, I believe, Bayern Munich. And they're playing in my state at the Green Bay Packers American Football Stadium, which is only like 2 hours away from where I live. So I might be in tickets to that. Arsenal's coming too. I know City is for sure. I don't know where Arsenal's playing. If anyone's playing in Chicago, I might be able to go see, but I'd rather go to Green Bay. I've been trying to do Lib recently, but my only problem is that I have only like 120 Lib cards, all silver, and when I try to bid more, I bid on like 100, and most of them are duplicates, so I need to bid on bronzes as well. You really don't need bronzes. With how low bronzes are typically in price all the time, you could just buy now for 200 instead of 150 bid. That's not really going to change the price of the SBC. But yeah, I would be hesitant on which silvers you're bidding on, though, bud. I don't know if you're trying to flip cards while you do it or get certain ratings, but like, I'd pay attention to that stuff. If you're getting a lot of silvers but you're not able to complete, and you're having the 74 rated squad you have to do and the 70 rated, I'd maybe look for 70 pluses there. And then for the lower rated team, where you need one of 11 different teams, all separate teams, you could use some bronzes for 200 coins, but you also could use a bunch of silvers for 250, which, again, make it a little bit more expensive, but in the long run, doesn't really change it too much. Josh, really fun at the moment? Yes, sir. Think they could come to Norway? Any players I could quickly invest in for tomorrow's content? Anyone know? I have 200K. Have you invested into repeatable SBCs in the past? If so, you should know what card types go up and down. If you haven't, let me ask you the question. If repeatable SBCs come out tomorrow, and it's the typical standard where you have rare golds needed, a lot of them, for a lot of the SBCs, my question to you is, if rare golds are needed a lot, what do you think is going to go up in price? Is Kune and Alba available? Is Kune and Alba team of the season a good center back partnership? I feel like they would be. I don't know what would be bad about it. Yeah, I think that'd be good. All right, 25 cucarelas today for 800. Sold off for 8K. It's not bad, bro. Decent profit. Got Courtois, red. That's tough, man. Hey. You either got fodder or a high-rate keeper for the rest of the game. Rare gold, La Liga defenders work? Sure. Wait. Is this different from the message yesterday? This was the exact message I got yesterday. Am I getting another free token? Dude, love does not exist. Love is not real. Alphonso Davies and his girlfriend broke up. Love does not exist. They were the football icon couple. The North American dream. That's tough, man. That one's going to hurt Canadians for a while. Another thing, too, with lib cards, well, this is true with every card, but when you notice that it's getting harder and harder to get bids under a minute, and the time goes up, and you see people mass bidding on these too, like if I put a, let's say, 250 bid on everything here, right, and someone was trying to do the lib SBC, and they're seeing every single bid has 250, they're either going to have to beat me to a 250 bid or bid more. If they're bidding 300, like let's say on cards, to outbid me, chances are the buy now is going to be at least 300 for a lot of cards. If the buy now is at least 300 on a lot of cards, that means if there's currently 300 buy now that are expiring, those are probably going to be the first ones to get bought. So another way to get your cards to go up in price, mass bidding, also sniping. Kind of like we did with MLS and Eredivisie earlier in the year. When those SBCs were originally out, we would mass bid, and then we'd go right to sniping. Because then the cards you win on bid, they can only go up even more in price if you're sniping. What do you think is worth it to buy the token from the store? Is it a new one that came out, or is it the one from yesterday or whatever? The La Liga token for team of season swaps. If you want to collect them all, I think you need to. But that's your call. I don't know how many you're going for or what you need. I do think you get a lone player in there too. And I think I got Vinny in mine. So I have a lone Vinicius. Which I'll definitely be making use of. I'm going to make you a sick, clean lib thumbnail if you want to look after the stream. Sure. And again, I will most likely not use it, but I will appreciate you doing it, if that makes sense, right? Just because I might not use it doesn't mean I don't appreciate it. Snipe Laporte for 6K. Need job Felix to complete my team. Never ask for anything again. How much does he cost right now? Is he going down in price? And Marcus, are you still here, buddy? Lurking in the background? I got a question for you, dude. I got a trading / investing question for you. Just look at this market, man. Jeez. Just the sheer amount of cards on the market always amazes me. Especially when people don't know how to look for lib cards. We just bid out to like 3 minutes. And now you have just millions expiring because there's so many. I don't even know what packs have these cards in right now. What are people opening that there's just magically millions of silver cards just getting flooded? It's not even that they're down in price necessarily, which they are. But I think one of the reasons why they're down in price is there's just an insane amount of cards on the market that are silver. Is there like a rare election pack or something that's out? Is there a tradable rare election from the rewards today? Or at some point? Maybe that's it. Nope. Got a draft token for that one, so we should probably do it. Is there another SBC that gave you a rare election or something? Another one sold for 600. GG. So if all these are going to expire right now, maybe I limit to what I bid on. There we go to a minute again. There we go to 2 minutes. Yeah, this market is madness. Absolute madness. I just got a striker from Benfica. Gave you the wrong striker from Benfica. Where did you get him from, buddy? Election pack from the lib. Hey. You love to see it. He's 1 mil? Okay. Because if I packed him, I'd be happy with him up top. You'd probably rock him for a bit. Watch me get him in my first player pick tomorrow. How funny would that be? Let's see. Let's see, low budget investing / trading tips. We're gonna try different. Nah, never mind. You single-handedly up the market by 100 coins. Well, these are gonna rise into the evening anyways, and like I'm not trying to do this to like. I do want to help you guys out, especially those of you who are like bidding on cards. But like one of the reasons why I'm doing this too, I'm generally wanting to run through the Live SBC a million times. So I need like all the cards in the world. So like the cards I'm buying, I'm also buying for different reasons. But no, so another thing to keep in mind too, with the Lib, another way to look at this, there are more people getting Lib cards and selling them than using them. Because once a card's used, it can never be used again, right? If I pick up a card and I put it into an SBC rather than sell it back on the market's never seen that card again. I might open a jumbo silver pack and get another one out of it, but the individual card that I bought cannot be used again. So once we get more people getting back into doing the Lib SBC, which again, it's just come out, a lot of people forget. Once I make the video on it too, I think that's going to get a lot more people interested in doing it. Once we start promoting it more in stream, a lot of us start making more packs. Prices should do their thing and start going up. We just have the, if there's a teeter-totter or a weight distribution, there's more in packs than people are using. Yeah, it's so easy to get draft tokens now. Would you invest in rare golds again for tomorrow? Yes, sir. I went for Spanish goalkeepers last time. Spanish goalkeepers are probably up right now. But goalkeeper is a guaranteed position. If you need 11 rares, there's always going to be a goalkeeper needed. Also, too, when it comes to... Oh, dang it. He's going to be up in price, too, isn't he? When it comes to nation or league or any of that stuff, for the most part, anyone can make a goalkeeper work for Chem. All right, we're going to get to over 100 packs this stream, I have a feeling. It's like 2 a.m. It's like 2 a.m. for you. Will the Lib market be low, you think? Oh, at like 2 a.m. for me. I'll be up until probably midnight tonight, maybe 11. I should probably go to bed at 11. I don't know. I'm actively going to be heavily investing in making packs over the next day. So we'll see. I'm at the point where I have so many cards right now. If prices aren't up, I'm just going to keep buying and keep doing the SBC. We'll kind of go from there. Because like that's one of the things I've noticed too. We talked about this the other day with icon investments, team of season investments, inform investments. I feel like I limit myself in scope for what I can do for stream content. Like, if I expect to open packs, or I expect to do the Lib, I limit myself from potentially other stuff I could be doing. Where it's like, realistically, if there's a good investment opportunity, maybe I make infinitely more coins than I would have from another thing. And then those coins can go back into more content. So, especially on Sundays. Sundays are kind of dead anyways. Kind of like the idea of using Sundays more as a investing, recuperating, get ready for Monday, repeatable SBC sort of grind. Big man, what's up, buddy? Is investing in Italy goalkeeper rare golds good for minimum price? I believe every goalkeeper is 700 coins right now. So you should be good no matter what, but top nations are typically better investments. So yeah. United finished the season on a 0 goal difference. One thing I don't understand is why people put live when you can clearly see it's live. Are you talking about in the thumbnail or in the title, buddy? Yeah, most of the League of Portuguese is fodder. You get good red picks, but everything else is bad pack luck. Thumbnail and title. So you got to think about this from a perspective of the person streaming, right? Especially for the FIFA community, a majority of people who watch live content for FIFA is on Twitch. A lot of people, when they come to YouTube, are watching videos, not live streams, even other categories. So a lot of people, you'd be surprised. It's a bigger number than you'd imagine. Like, have a number in your head. It's probably higher. Most people know you're live streaming when it's a live stream. But a lot of people will think they're watching a video. And this has happened to us quite a bit. I'll have people who will be watching, literally see like chat, me interact with chat and be like, wait, is this real time? Because they think they're watching a video. Or they're watching a video, the next recommended thing is a stream, and they don't realize it's a stream. They think it clicked into another video, and then they realize it's a stream after. When it comes to after the fact as well, live streams automatically become videos if you don't move them. So I might have a 3-hour stream. It will show up as a 3-hour video after the stream. And people will see, I'll typically get a couple hundred views, a couple hundred people watch my streams after the fact as videos, whether they miss the stream and they want to catch up, or it gets recommended to them and it shows up in their feed. A lot of people truly don't understand it's a stream. So that's why people will put it in their thumbnail or title to a certain extent. But also, like Beak said, different thumbnail sizes, text, different things. Like, YouTube is a fun game to play. Because, like, theoretically, right? You could point to channels like Mr. Beast as an ideal thumbnail / title channel, right? You could apply the philosophy of anyone who's not doing content in terms of thumbnail and title like Mr. Beast, no matter what genre they're in, they're missing out on making better thumbnails, right? You could say, theoretically, oh, MumboElite needs to make thumbnails like Mr. Beast because that's what people click on. In the FIFA community, the person growing the quickest, and this is no disrespect to him because I love him to death. If you watch FIFA Bros, when you watch FIFA Bros, he has the exact same thumbnail every single stream, 6 p.m. content, essentially the same title, and he just does a quick little text change to what's on the middle of the screen. However, the reason why that works is people initially think, wait, wouldn't that not work because people think it's the same thing? When it comes to live streams, whether it's new audience, if it's a new audience, they don't know you, so it's a new thumbnail to them. If it's a returning audience, they know that thumbnail is you. Does that kind of make sense? So if they're new, they're not going to know your past work, so it's not going to matter. But if they're returning, if you have a similar thumbnail design, whether it's your face in it, whether it's a certain kind of like format, the thing you put on screen, like for me, it's typically the Libertadores thing in the picture somewhere in my face and one of the best players from the team of the season that's currently out. That's kind of the format people know, and when they see that in their feed, they'll see the thumbnail before they see the title and before they see my name. So if they see my face before they see anything else, they'll know, oh, that's a Mumbo video or stream. But again, it's not a dig. I love FIFA Bros to death. I would not have him change his thumbnails, though. I would have him do the same thing. If he randomly changed his thumbnails to be something Mr. Beast-like, his audience would be confused. Do you think min-price, non-rare La Liga players are a good investment? I think rare golds should be a priority over common golds. However, if you're picking them up for like 300, 350 coins for the commons, that's not bad at all. I would just say reason why. If we go off of last week, right? We had the league-specific 25K, 11 rares needed, no commons. The 80-plus league-specific player pick, all rares, no commons. The 81 double upgrade, all rares, no commons. There wasn't really as much of a use for the commons there. However, if we get like a 75-plus player pick, or the 82 to 88 again, there's some use for them, but they're not going to rise as much as the rares do. It takes less for them to rise. Like a card you're winning for 300 to double your coins, selling to 600 isn't crazy. But to sell a 650 card that's a rare gold for 1300 is a little bit more of a leap. However, using certain positions, certain nations, certain links, for how many people do those kind of content, it's going to be the most anticipated thing to rise. There's a dude in Norway that has the same thing. But it's like, think about it like this. How can I word this? Any YouTube channel, for the most part, has a certain direction they're trying to go. And as long as you present it the way you want to present it, and it's the way your audience either knows or can anticipate, in my opinion, I think that's a good thing. Like recently, I've been watching a lot of like law live streams because in the US there's a bunch of trials going on that are pretty mainstream. So I've been watching a lot of law channels. And the thing about the law channels is the people are clicking on the streams to either watch the law live stream as it's going on or for like the analysis after the fact. So as long as the thumbnail is a random thumbnail, it could be anything. As long as the title is something that they can click on, that's really all that matters. And a lot of them will be like, what's an example of a Johnny Depp, day 18 of trial, live stream. People will click on it. Or if it's a video after the fact, it'll be like a Johnny Depp versus Amber Heard, day 18 recap. It's a 10-minute video with just like a picture of their face or Johnny Depp or something on it. Like, it's nothing crazy. I think two things can happen. I think people will get caught up with thumbnails, titles, and all that stuff as a way of, I need to perfect this before I put out any content. And other people will go to the other direction where they won't think about it at all and just put out content. I think both are limited in aspects. So, for example, I'm going to bring up someone in our community. If I don't think he's watching right now. We were messaging earlier. There's a guy in our community I go back and forth with. You might know him as E-Man Gamer in Discord, but his YouTube channel is, what is it? Let me look at it real quick. His YouTube channel is Flarefoot, I believe. It's been a while since he posted in the Discord section. There it is. Yeah, Flarefoot. So, Flarefoot, he has an issue at the same time he's doing something good. So, let me use his channel as the example. So, if I copy the link and I go to his channel, him and I have been going back and forth in terms of like how I could potentially improve my thumbnails and designs and stuff. But I feel like we have different problems. So, for him, he has 41 subscribers now. In the last 30 days, he's had over 3,000 views, which is good for one video. However, the issue he's running into is he wants thumbnails and videos similar to the way that FootCrunch and Danny Aaron's do, right? So, like, any of the content he's going to produce for the most part, it's going to follow that kind of line of thinking. Now, he's done relatively unique things with like a song tier list and things like that will always have some sort of value. But for the most part, he doesn't put out a lot of content. He'll take like a couple weeks or a month to wait to put out a video. But his audience is so limited that if he wants to grow, what is he doing in the meantime, right? Could he be live streaming? Could he be creating more content? Could he be trying out different things? Who knows? He substitutes the time where, like, for me, I might do less editing time or like less very specific thumbnails or very specific added on things in videos. He might spend more time on that and put out less content in hopes of those getting more views. But if he has a very limited audience as it is, he might be putting out the greatest content in the world here. But if nobody can see it or no one's subscribing to it because his channel's so small and people aren't looking for the specific content, is any of that really going to matter in the end? Now, if you watch his videos, which I recommend you guys subscribe to him, he's a pretty good YouTuber, but you can tell he's a little bit younger. You can tell he doesn't want to show his face. And you can tell his content's very similar to what other people do. I personally, again, I love the guy. I don't know what's unique about his channel, right? If you think about us, we are not the best at thumbnails. We're not the best at editing. We're not the best at commentating in a lot of different ways. However, a lot of people, when they come to my channel, they know we're probably going to do something with Libertadores. There's probably going to be some sort of trading tip. There's probably going to be some sort of League SBC implemented. When you think of MumboElite, those things come to mind. When you think of Flare Foot, what do you think of? In my head, I think he's going to be whatever Foot Crunch or Danny Aaron's do, but less than that. Because if you're pulling from those audiences, there's a cap, right? If you're trying to be a Flare Foot, if Flare Foot's trying to be a Foot Crunch, he can only do as well as Foot Crunch does for his designs. He can only do as well as he can for his videos if he's trying to pull from his audience. Now, he's a completely different genre of FIFA than me. He's not just Ultimate Team. He does different things. But also, too, like if we're going back and forth with each other, he might have a perspective of what might be a good thumbnail for something that he would think would be good for, like, playing different game modes. But he might not have the idea of what people are looking for a League SBC thumbnail or like a trading tip thumbnail. There's like little differences, which makes it hard to really kind of always take a lot of advice, but also give good advice. And I feel like him and I have a good back and forth where it's like we just kind of bounce ideas off each other for the most part. But it's hard to know exactly what to listen to. Because in the end, it's like if my end goal is to become Foot Crunch, I don't want to be Foot Crunch. If my end goal is to be to look like and sound like Danny Aaron's, I don't want to be that. So why would I take advice listening to that? You have the world record shortest hairline. Should I message Flare Foot and tell him to make a video on the worst hairlines in the FIFA community? I need to go to bed. All right, see you, buddy. Got some foot champs qual rewards in like 10 minutes? Sure. Yes, sir, she. But no, like, that's the difficulty of YouTube, right? You might have an idea of what you want to do, but you got to think of your audience too. It's like, if you would have a channel shout you out, there might not be a lot of people subscribing because it might be a completely different audience. Like if FIFA Bros rated me, we have a lot of overlap. Or if I raid FIFA Bros, or like I go to his stream, he goes to my stream. There's a lot of overlap there where there's similar audiences. They look for certain things. But if I would go to or get a raid from like Foot Crunch, that would be very different. I don't think anyone from Foot Crunch, for the most part, would really subscribe or stay around for the content, which is interesting. Because like I don't think people truly know how to look at analytics and how exact it is. Like if you've ever made a YouTube video before, or if you haven't, I should say, if you go to YouTube Analytics, it breaks it up into such specific detail. Not only can I know the percentage you watched a video at, I can know exactly when you clicked off. I can know exactly what it was you clicked off to. I can know your average watch time on my channel's history. New people's, old people's, subscribed people, unsubscribed people. I can see the percentage of people who came from certain videos. I can see the percentage of people who came from certain YouTube channels. I can see the overlap I have with other audiences. I can see how much we share. I can see it broken down into every single 10 million genders in the world. I can see it broken down by like 2 decimal points out for specifically how many people are watching from the United States or randomly in India somewhere. I can see what time periods would be best to cater to those people. You could have the same game and have very different audiences. Go ahead. Piss real quick? No. Don't piss. Do it right now. Send it. There's no charm. I have unlimited packs from draft every time I win. They give me a draft token plus a pack. Black uses found the cheat code. Unlimited packs. Sent it. Visually, it looks clean. I like some things about the look. But in terms of, like, again, another reason why I wouldn't use this thumbnail myself and why I'd want to create my own is, me personally, I would have to add my own face in, which you could add my face to anything. But with the way this thumbnail is laid out, Libertadores is definitely the point of the video. So that's obviously going to be the main kind of attention to it. But you have coins and it shows it going in an up direction. So the implication would be this would be the lib for profit. However, this video that I'm making, I'm specifically making on how to make more packs, how to make it go quicker through. This one's not necessarily for profit, so inadvertently people would see that and think they were lied to or be confused on why it was in the thumbnail. I think it's a good design. I think there's improvements you can make from it. But yeah, I like the idea of it. I just don't think it'd translate to what I'm looking for personally. Call him a fraud? You absolute fraud. The guy we got Europa League. All right, what is this? Wait, hold on. Can we see the team? I didn't get a good look at it. Cancelo, Walker, Davies. That's a good looking team. Well, what's up, buddy? What's the method we're doing? We're investing in a couple of different things right now. We're doing Libertadores, betting and flipping. We're doing rare gold investing, common gold investing, silver rare investing. We're holding packs from the lib until tomorrow when they're worth more. We're waiting for repeatable SBCs to come out tomorrow to open our untradeable stuff so that we can rinse and repeat them into more packs. Just realized your coin balance. What have you invested in? This isn't my account, homie. Packs are strange on the web app. But no, Spot, does that make sense? Like, I should give some pros and cons to each one. So, like, the pros of your thumbnail that you made for the lib one, graphically, it looks good, right? It's HD, has lib design in it. You have the background, which looks nice. Like, that all looks good. There's obviously still room to improve, but that's good. I'm saying more specifically the marketing of it. That's what you need to get more in the mindset of, is, especially for YouTubers, it's like, okay, if you are wanting, let's say, let's use FIFA Crunch again. I don't know if you know who FIFA Crunch is, but like if you go to his channel, he has a certain type of thumbnail. If you're wanting to make thumbnails for FIFA Crunch, there is a certain format he's looking for and a certain message he wants in his thumbnails. So if you made him a thumbnail that doesn't fit that format, it's going to be very difficult for him to be able to use that thumbnail or want to use it. What are you eating? Instead of like chips and salsa, I'm doing spinach dipped into a mustard base I made. Because I'm someone who like eats a lot without even thinking about it. Oh, Japanese. Endo! He looks good at AC Milan kit. But no, I could, my issue when it comes to fitness is eating. It's 100% eating. I can work out, no problem. I will either have the best diet in the world or the worst. And for me, up here, it doesn't change a thing. Because like, I eat with either all emotion or no emotion. Like right now, I'm eating with no emotion. I don't know what I'm doing. It's just emotion of me putting food into my mouth. So, to have the most calorie item or the least calorie item doesn't make a difference. I could eat this for the rest of the stream. If it was a bag of chips, it'd all be gone. If it's a spring box, it'd all be gone. It's going to be a lot harder for me to eat this whole thing before the chips. So like a lot of the foods I'll eat, it'll typically be higher in protein and it'll be higher in fiber as well. It'll be like bigger meals, but less calories. More dense, or less calorically dense. Also a lot of water. And for like the 100th time this week, dude, I've stopped caring about 84 rated informs. They used to be somewhat a big deal earlier on, like before Team of the Year. Whereas like you get an 84 inform, it's like, oh nice. If it's worth a decent amount on the market, if it's untradeable, it's going to be very useful for SBCs. Now it's like if I get an 84, I feel bad not putting it into something. I don't know what to put it into. Got Stoikov out of your 93 plus, L or W. I only paid 350k to 400k for SBC. It's a small L. He's definitely not a W, but he's not a huge L. He's like, if you can use him in your team, sweet. But he's one of those cards that's in the gray zone where it could have been worse, but at the same time, you weren't doing it in hopes of getting him. So you feel kind of like screwed at the same time. You're not happy with it. That's almost worse to me. Because it's like those are the type of cards where then you won't want to submit them into fodder. Because you feel like you need to play them. I would either want the worst one possible or the best one possible. The in-between sucks. Dude, Hoffman so many times has been packed. Indoor Hoffman. Every single time there's an inform. What I think about the draft objective, I like it. What are we doing? I'm watching a share play right now. Yeah, Silva, the Portuguese goalkeeper. Doesn't he have like 30 speed or something super low? I don't know. Allison's kind of screwed me. Because now that I have Allison, I cannot use a goalkeeper that's slower than Allison. But the issue is, every goalkeeper is slower than Allison. The way I play with them, like I stop most breakaways because I pull them out at times where they're not expecting. If If I went back to another goalkeeper, I would not be able to do that. It'd feel weird. You have so many games played, bro. What are most of those through? Like squad battles, draft? Kage, are you done with school? Or are you on summer? Or what's the deal there? Did you graduate? I can't remember where you last were. All I know is you were stressing about school. I know you were on break at one point. I hear the walkout. See if it's an inform and just say Japan right up. I hope they change the walkout and board thing next year. I personally wish they'd go back to a FIFA 19 design for the board and walkout. I like the EA logo lighting up for the walkout. Wait, hold on. Go back to your record. So your draft record is insane. Is that where you play a majority of your games is draft? Because I'm thinking for me next year as way to get more packs. Yeah. Only champs. Champs and draft. Because I'm trying to think how I want to run my account next year. Because if I'm going to rivals and as well. Yeah. Oh, rivals is that. I want to try to build up a first owner team again. We weren't necessarily first owner this year. Thank you, buddy. I appreciate you, man. We weren't necessarily first owner this year, but most of my team has always been first owner. Because I can't stand buying players and having them go down in price. But I was also thinking, too, if we're used to having me open promo packs on streams, I think at least for offline draft, I could do an offline draft or two a day and have those packs no matter what they are at the end. But like if I did an online draft off a stream too, got some decent rewards occasionally, had that as bonus content, I feel like it'd be good. Dante, what's up, buddy? Have you done the 93 plus? No, we're getting a ton of libs invested in. I'm doing libs this week as an investment instead of rare golds. I'm making a bunch of SBCs. I'm going to have 100 to 200 packs made for tomorrow and for later in the week. And then once I start selling on all these or use all these, we're going to go crazy with the repeatables. And then we'll complete the 93 through that. But I'm not expecting anything good in my 93. I hit my luck on the Ronaldinho. I know my worth. Pass faster, W. It's crazy how much time Kage has compared to other people. Like, is he still number one? 211 hours. Like, Dante will maybe potentially catch him eventually. But that just goes to show you how much Kage was in the streams last year. Before a lot of you guys found the channel. Like, to put in perspective how much Kage's here, Kage was better than Nightbot. Kage would beat Nightbot with stuff all the time. Kage was a intern. He was a moderator intern trying to become a Nightbot. He literally had more hours than me and Nightbot, yeah. Facts. I'm happy the Spurs won a place in the CL. And Son wasn't top scorer outright. 23 goals without penalties. Guy's huge. You got 20 hours in a week? Well, let's think of it like this. Let's break it down. So if I stream, let's say on average 2 to 3 hours a stream, like weekends it's typically a little longer. Depending on the day during the week, it could be a little shorter, a little longer. Let's say we do 3 hours a day, right? Let's average it out 3 hours a day. If you're at a majority of the stream throughout the week, the 5 days during the week, that's up to 15 hours in the week alone, which the range it is right before bedtime for a lot of UK people or people in general in the community. Europe, wherever people are. And if we're streaming like 3 hours, that's typically the drop-off point. After that, there's like very little... It sounds bad saying return on the stream, but most of the interaction, most of the new subs, most of the like action comes from when we start the stream in the first like hour and a half to 2 hours. Slowly stops dropping after that, but then after that 3 hour mark, it's kind of just drop off of viewers, drop off of chat, drop off of everything. I'm out of packs. I'm just kind of chilling there, grinding. I might play some games. If you're there for most of that, it makes sense that you have 15 to 20 hours a week. But then you take on weekends. If you know when I'm starting the stream and you just have the stream open, regardless of if you're in chatting or not, you could very easily get that 20 plus a week. Son's the best finisher in the league, but I'm not here constantly. Do you have a tab open or something, though? Because I could see that then. Thought you said my son. Bro, Mumbo is a Liverpool fan. I'm depressed. City were 2-0 down. I thought we've done it. Then they scored 3. What were you saying about time? The sheer amount of time you were in the streams last year. Because like we were comparing you to people now, or like what that looked like. And realistically when people would eventually catch you in here. And I was explaining to them, or we were explaining, you literally were there more than me or Nightbot in chat. Open a pack. Do I have a preview or something? I can't really open anything right now. I'm unlisted. We just got done doing share plays of a ton of packs. So if you want to go back like 5 minutes and see that, you can. How much longer are you going to be live for? I want to get every single silver lib card to 300 coins within the hour. I'm going to be live until that at least, which I think I'm close to. I don't know. It's confusing. I don't know what I've bought and what I haven't bought. We'll be live probably for another hour at least. Would be my guess. I think if Liverpool go ahead before City scores first, I think Liverpool wins. It was so much back and forth, man. This weekend has been crazy for football. We were talking about this earlier, but do you guys think that was one of the best final days of the history of the Prem? Like, you could look back to like moments like the Aguero moment, and that was huge. Where would you consider this? What happened today? Because truly, it did bounce around. You got to remember, it started with... What started first? Who scored where? I can't even remember. I was taking a shower when I saw goals happening. I came in, I saw Liverpool was tied, I believe, 1-1, and City was down. Then I started streaming, and City was down 2. And then City scored twice in like 2 minutes. Top 3 properly. I was almost going to end my life when Phil scored the second. Eindhoven, buy this card, 300. I'm investing right now, mate. That's why I'm buying these cards currently. How much you selling the cards that you're bidding for? Different things go for different prices. Like, the things I'm flipping, the ones I'm selling right now are the 70 pluses. Typically the Argentina ones too. Everything else is as low as it can be. So I'm just investing at their lowest point on bid. And then buy now and at the lowest point. To help move the market up a little bit. Long-term investment? No. I'm trying to make like over 100 packs for tomorrow and throughout this week. So I'm just going through the lib and then picking up more cards, flipping them, and do that over and over. Yo, Mumbo, what do I do with 75K? I need more money to improve my team. Tony, if you haven't watched your newest video today, buddy, it's pinned in chat. Easy way to make a couple hundred coins per card. Because City fans would be down and City would feel it, so might not make the comeback. Oh, true. Yeah. Good point. Yeah, if you guys don't know what I'm doing right now, or you don't know what lib cards are, I would say a good introduction to lib cards in general and how to like check buy nows and stuff. If you watched the newest video today, we went over the MLS and this as a silver trading tip. In the description of the stream, we have how to grind the Libertadores League SBC. We're going to be making a newer version of that later this week, hopefully. But if you want to see how we do the lib SBC, that is there. Are you still streaming tomorrow? Yes, sir. Normal time. 4 hours afternoon content. Head out, Kage. See you, buddy. Alright, where are we at with the silvers? So many different pages keep popping up, because if you guys don't know, if you go page by page, when you refresh, you lose the ability to see a lot of cards. So if you think about it as we're both on the same page, if you refreshed half a second before me, and then I refreshed, we'd probably land on different pages for which cards come up. So you might have a full page yourself where no one else is able to bid with you or buy now with you. Pro tip when it comes to bidding or sniping. So if you have a lot of people bidding on the same page as you or buy now and on the same page, just refresh one and see if that helps. Read last. I'm not seeing a last message from you. Unless it was the how much you're going to be live longer, which I said an hour. I don't know if you missed it, but probably at least an hour. Can you do the lib method for different League SBCs? Yep. So I'm going to link you my League SBC playlist in chat. !League. If you watch that, we have a couple different League SBCs in there where you can see kind of step by step on how we do it. But if you kind of have the idea of how we normally do our lib, again, what I'm doing right now is investing tip. This isn't how I do the lib SBC. I'm trading and investing right now. This is different. But if you know how we do the lib SBC normally, yeah, we do it very similar to how we do other leagues. Bum, 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 bum. If we can get those to sell for 800, it'd be a great return on investment. So I can get 500 out of. Have EA not fixed that yet? Fixed what? My cards in my list or whatever? The 2 stuck ones? I think I spend time listening to your streams in the evening to switch off to ABS zone out is good. You know what? I've generally taken this as a compliment. Take this however you guys want. I have heard before people say they love watching my streams to fall asleep to, or what you just said, zone out. I take that as a compliment though, because I'm literally the same way. If I enjoy a channel, I'll kind of just have it up in the background and listen to it while I'm doing stuff. Especially if it's a stream. If it's a video, I can watch the video and I might have to pay attention a little bit. But like, the thing about streams is if you're used to my voice and you're not annoyed by it, it's probably soothing to a certain extent. Psychologically, you probably have some sort of positive emotion that comes when you hear my voice. And me just saying anything hits that part of your brain that makes you feel comfort. I could literally be saying, like, Dante, like, I know you're in this community a lot, and a lot of people appreciate you, but you're just, like, the absolute worst person ever, and no one truly cares about you, man. So just keep it up, dude. Like, you are absolutely fantastic at being hated here. And, like, the part of your brain that doesn't, like, rationalize what people say, but just the way they say it, you hear me say anything like this, and it's like you're in the zone. But if I change how I present that and say it in a different light, it probably hits you differently. Like, Dante, I cannot explain to you, bro, how much we care and appreciate about you, dude. Like, it is physically impossible for me to go a single day without you just being supportive as you are. Can you please stop doing that? Because it is too much, man. Absolutely too much. It's over the top. Thank you for everything you do. Thank you. I've never felt so appreciated. No problem, buddy. I remember I heard someone say League SBC method, and I bought all the players for the buy now and wasted 100K just to get no walkout. But you know how to do League SBCs now, right? Or are you confused on how to do League SBCs? I'm not sure about your comment. Because I remember at first when I heard people do League SBCs, I was the same way. But like now that I do it this way, I can never go back. My expectations for next season would be top 6. Doubt Ten Hag would get a top 4 in one season. The real question is, should there be a standard, especially when it comes to European clubs that are essentially top 4 normally, if they're dropping a little bit, top 6, top 8. Should there be a standard for the amount of time you allow a manager to influence the club? Because I'm sick of seeing clubs give people like half a season or like part of a transfer window and not even like a full year before they already want them out. Like, how is someone supposed to take a burning building of a club and not only put out the fire, but attempt to repair the damage, right? I feel like that's the whole United situation right now, is like you constantly have a burning fire, you get a manager in, they're tasked with trying to put out the fire by themselves, they attempt to put out the fire, it's not completely out, and then they're gone before they can finish putting out the fire, let alone rebuild from the damage done. Marcus, your comments aren't popping up in chat, mate. The last comment you said after last was last. And the one you said after that last was, how long are you going to be on? And I said an hour. Probably. So you're typing something that YouTube's probably blocking. I don't know what you're saying, but maybe reword it differently. FIFA 23 is the last FIFA. I hope they keep foot and say football ultimate team instead of FIFA ultimate team. I'm interested from a algorithm standpoint on YouTube and like thumbnails, titles, SEO related stuff. I'm curious to see the impact of it changing. Would you recommend that I switch from EFL to Lib? Depends what your goal is, mate. My goal has always been, for the longest time, to make coins on flipping cards, to make coins on the SBC itself, and to make most of the tradable packs and untradeable packs. And for me, the tradable packs are the best in the game, in the Lib, and the untradeable ones are the best to build repeatable SBCs through. So for me, I do nothing but the Lib most of the time for those set reasons. So I don't know what your goal is. If your goal is to try to pack a team this season out of the League SBC itself, Lib is probably not the way to go. But if your goal is to use the Lib as a way to potentially pack something, but also get a bunch of card fodder to put into other things to pack team of seasons, it absolutely is the way to go. Like, I'll be able to this week get the 83 or the 93 plus done through everything that we get from these packs, just because we'll keep rinsing and repeating over and over. And eventually we'll land something crazy from the Lib. It happens. But I more care about getting these packs open to make fodder for the either league-specific 25Ks, league-specific player picks, or 81 plus double upgrades, whatever that may be. It's awful how some clubs fire managers after like 5 games. Well, it's like, I don't know if you guys are familiar with Sunderland's situation, but Sunderland's issue and why a lot of managers had problems, in my opinion, was the financial situation of the club rather than the managers itself. You could hire a great manager to come in and try to change the club around, but their issue for the longest time were the managers and management in general could not buy players because they either had only certain players they could afford, also being a team that was, at the time, just relegated from the Prem and in the Championship and looking to go down, essentially. No one wanted to get on that falling ship. Then when they were in League One, obviously resources are limited. But now on their way back up, that's a whole different scenario. You now have a League One team that got promoted to the Championship, and they are, in terms of the history of the club, they are a Premier League club. So you're going to see a lot of people who are like, they got promoted, they have money, they have a big stadium, they have history, they have future. I feel comfortable trying to get onto this to further my career or help them out. So like the way they're going to be able to get a manager to react around that is different than what it was before. But also too, there were transfer windows where Sunderland simply could not buy anyone because they didn't have the money. They had to either try to attempt to get loan deals through specific players, or they had to attempt to raise people from their youth academy. There was a season where they needed a striker or two, so they tried to get a dude to come from, I can't remember where he came from. I don't know if his name was released, but they had him essentially want to come to Sunderland, but he wasn't going to come to Sunderland. This was during like deadline couple last days. He had to get an okay from his wife first and his family to even travel, because he didn't want to travel there, get in his head that he was going to go to Sunderland and then not go. He's like, if I'm going to come to Sunderland, I want to get the okay from my family, and if I'm going to travel down, I want it to be for sure. So Sunderland looked at him. He pulled out like a day before, and then on top of that, we lost both of our strikers in the transfer window. Both of them left. One of them was on loan, and he wanted to go back to his club. The other one, I think, got bought or wanted to leave, whatever the case may be. And then another one was injured, and then another one was not experienced enough. So Sunderland lost like all strikers one of their transfer windows and couldn't buy anymore. And that, to get promoted or to get out of relegation in the Championship without having a striker, very difficult to do. But yeah, like now that we have Neil's done not only a fantastic job of taking the talent we have and implementing a system where they can thrive in each individually and as a team. But on top of that, the players he's brought in have performed well and hopefully will stay with the club moving forward. I have a League SBC pack opening in 40-ish minutes. Okay, hopefully I'm still alive by then. Not only put out a fire, but make it. True. Rignick only got like half a year, but he still is staying with the club, just not as the manager, which is good, I guess. Which manager got sacked? Every Sunderland manager has gotten sacked besides Neil as of recently. If you're talking about Sunderland. But if you're talking about other teams, we're just talking about managers in general. Also, United's not a burning building. It's way worse than that. Manchester United is a gas leak. Their club currently is a gas leak with people who lost their smell by having COVID. So you have a bunch of people who can't sense a problem because they don't see it, but it doesn't mean it doesn't exist. Or you have individual players that are part of your organization. You're getting rid of managers when players might be the problem. And then you're trying to get new people to build around the players that are already the problem as a way to fix the problem. So then you have a whole nother scenario where you have Band-Aids trying to fix bullet wounds. That was my whole reasoning with me saying Ronaldo was the problem at United. And I don't know if I explained that, but one of the reasons why I think United have an issue is because they rely too heavily on Ronaldo. If Ronaldo wasn't there, things would be way worse than they are. And I almost feel for them to completely rebuild the way they need to, that almost has to happen because money's not going to fix it. Getting a couple players in the transfer window is not going to fix it. There is a issue on every level of the club, from management, players on the field. The only problem I feel like they don't have is youth, right? Youth is actually the thing that's thriving for them. Didn't they just win their youth cup or whatever? Did you say you'll stop at 2 wins on SB draft? For offline one, I thought about it. My rewards have been decent at the end. Plus, I've been kind of playing AFK, so I've kind of just played it all the way through. I don't see how you can say Ronaldo is the problem. Dylan, I don't know if you purposely heard what I said and misquoted me, but there's a very specific reason why I said Ronaldo is the problem. I can repeat it if you want me to. The reason I'm saying Ronaldo is a problem is Ronaldo is trying... Okay, remove Ronaldo, right? United is way worse this season than they would have been with Ronaldo. Ronaldo is the saving grace to what has gotten Manchester United to where they are. However, Ronaldo is covering up a lot of problems they have, making it seem like they're not as big of a deal as they actually are. And if you're building around Ronaldo as your future, which is probably not going to be the case for very long, given his age, given what players typically do after this point, or if he wants to go elsewhere, whatever the case may be, that is an issue. So, in my opinion, and again, you don't have to agree with my opinion, but I'm very clear with Ronaldo is doing well enough for United where it's covering up a lot of their issues behind the scenes, or a lot of their player issues too. You can put up with players being mediocre on United if Ronaldo saves the day, right? Mediocre players aren't going to get fired or aren't going to get benched if Ronaldo can bail them out. That's my point. So when you're building around that and you're looking for positions to fill out, you're thinking with almost a Ronaldo mindset. It's like, okay, who can Ronaldo work with? Who can benefit Ronaldo? A lot of times, a lot of these players should just be gone. Yeah, and he's leaving in a year anyways. So my question, to put it back at you, Dylan, or anyone else, is when Ronaldo's gone, what does United look like? For example, this next upcoming transfer window, the summer transfer window, if you are United, you're not buying to replace Ronaldo probably. You're probably going to buy to get players around Ronaldo. So if you're doing that, what do you do when Ronaldo's gone? Do you hope someone's just going to fall in line? Do you have a youth player in mind that's going to step up and do it? It just seems maybe I have a Sunderland bias, but in my opinion with Sunderland, there were so many things that went wrong with the club. It took them to get relegated from the Prem. It took them to get relegated from the Championship, to do crap in League One, to rinse all the poor, the bad, the financial problems, the lack of chemistry, lack of management, all that. It took them getting down to League One to finally build a foundation that was strong enough to get them back up to the Championship and hopefully do well in the Championship. My fear for United, not as I care about United, I truly don't, but my fear for United supporters is they are no longer going to be seen as excellence. This is going to become the new standard, where instead of winning leagues, which United should be doing, they are now fine as long as they qualify for Champions League, right? But now they're not even qualifying for Champions League. So now the thing is, what are they playing for? Where do they play? It's like, okay, well, granted, City and Liverpool are some of the best teams you've ever seen in the history of the Prem. Makes sense that they're there, but maybe we should try to get third or fourth. Okay, but if you have a solid Chelsea for the most part, and a solid Tottenham, you have a doing really good Arsenal as of late, that becomes an issue. So then it becomes a thing where it's like, okay, well, if you don't make Champions League, which it might be hard to, at least we can try to make Europa, right? What happens if you don't make Europa? Where does the standard of the club go after that? But we are buying a Ford this transfer window. Ronaldo knows he can't play every game. And I truly hope they do well, mate. But I don't think that's going to be the case. I think it's going to be a longer rebuild process than United people want. And my issue with that is I truly do think there is going to be a long period until United's towards the top again. To be honest, I wasn't really watching. I heard, yeah, no. Yeah, I'm very much in agreement with you, Joe. I just want to make sure, or Dylan or whoever, I want to make sure you guys know where I'm coming from. Because one of my best friends is a United supporter. A lot of you guys in chat are United supporters. I know how much you guys love Ronaldo. But, like, for me growing up watching United through my buddy, watching on TV, hearing about him, it's a fall from grace that's very much becoming mainstream that I don't like. Like, if you think of La Liga, you think of Barcelona and you think of Real Madrid. When you think of the Prem, who do you think of? As of recently, it's City and Liverpool. Even Chelsea. People thought Chelsea had a chance this year. But you saw how quickly that dropped off if you weren't winning every game. And, like, that's the issue, though. And Beak hits it right on the head. He says 3 years probably minimum. So my question is, when it comes to management, you have to have an honest conversation with the club and realize, hey, if a manager wants to fix this situation, you got to be realistic with what you can achieve. And it's going to be a lengthy period of time to get towards that. You can't just make a manager change, buy a player or two, and be top two again. That's not going to happen. But on top of that, if you go back to when United originally got Maguire, use Maguire as the example. For how much they paid for him, they could have got him for like 17 mil the season before, but they did. Then they bought him for like 80. But on top of that, you take the first season that he was at United, I believe they placed second and did pretty well. And then he also did good for England and continues to do pretty well with England. But it's like a player you invested that much money into is now actively not only performing poor for your team, you can't really count on him, he's also actively hurting them in different ways. Literally and figuratively. He's literally injuring players. Burnley comes to mind instantly. Sean Dyche. So, like, if there's a point I want you guys to get out of this, and I think you guys would agree with me, what this all boils down to is any manager that's taken over at United, you gotta give them wiggle room and not want to see them out from a club perspective or a fan perspective after 6 months. Which I think a lot of you guys can get behind. If he gets fifth and ends up getting sacked, yeah. If you guys get fifth, I think top 5 should be the standard. I'm not expecting Champions League out of you guys, but if you can get fifth, I feel like that's going to be a pretty good next season. But now, too, you have Ronaldo for hopefully a full season now. So that changes things, too. How many points early on do you guys think you gave up where Ronaldo could have potentially helped out a little more, right? Maybe give it a little more breathing room. I think United could definitely be a contender for top 4, as they'll have a new manager with a good project who has a whole preseason to get them where he wants. Yeah, like, I think if you're going to get Champions League, 4th place is expected, or would be a good standard to go for. Obviously, everyone wants to win the league, but there's a consistency that comes with that and a squad depth that you really need to have that happen. And United's not there yet. I do also think, too, you'll have some of these problems get solved as the youth that they have get older, too. Because you have it coming both ways. You get rid of crap players or players that didn't do well. You buy into new talent, and you have talent that's younger that's now getting more experience and stepping up. I think you have to forget the past. United have been successful. That's worth nothing now. United need to aim to rebuild and then push for the top 5 next season. This isn't United of old. True. I think, too, not to bring up Sunderland every breath because I'm obviously a biased Sunderland fan. But, like, as a Sunderland fan, I can speak from experience when you see a club going the wrong direction. For Sunderland, it was different. Sunderland's wrong direction was originally a team that could place somewhat near a little lower than the halfway table when they eventually were fighting for relegation or barely getting out of relegation most years. That was a sign of they were going in the wrong direction. Then they got bailed out a couple times, and I believe it was one season they were dead last by Christmas and somehow made it out without getting relegated, without making too many changes to their current team. Then when they finally got relegated, they had, again, a poor financial structure around them. They didn't have a good management structure. They had a lot of players on Prem contracts that didn't want to be there, whether to actually play for them or to literally be at the club in general. They wanted nothing to do with Sunderland, and they wanted to get back to the Prem. So it was a sinking ship that was going to keep sinking until something happened. And with United, I see it as it's currently still sinking. So even though you have hopes for 3rd, 4th, 5th, all that sounds good, but you need to address the problem of the sinking ship first to stop the leaking damage. Hopefully stay top, 5, 6, 7 in that range. If you can build on that, sweet. Nunez card looks insane, man. I'm hoping to get him from either a silver upgrade or a gold players pack or a Electrum pack. If I do, that's going to be awesome. I want him for Stoner. Ronaldo couldn't do anything in most of our losses. Well, it's like he can only really attack and be given balls. If he puts himself in a good position and is in a scoring opportunity and a player completely misplays a pass to him, he really can't do anything about that, right? Or if someone wants to be selfish and take the ball for themselves when he's in a good spot, he can't really do anything about that. If Maguire wants to injure his teammates and get caught out of position, and De Gea can't trust to play a ball to him, Ronaldo can't really do much with that. Like, look at Ronaldo, what he used to be for United, the players he had around him back in the day, versus what it is now. Like, again, like kind of like Dante was saying, kind of have to forget the old. This is a new club. It's a new United. People might not like the United it currently is, but you have to acknowledge it's not your Wayne Rooney era, your Nani era. United will probably do what Arsenal did this season and get their own Saka, Isar, Martinelli, and push for top 4 that way. I feel like Kalanga might have his breakout season. I hope he does. Mumbo Dybala, Bide, or Prime Puskas? I need a striker. I have 1.4 mil. Guys, what do you think your team should do there? Rio and Vidic have been replaced with Varane and Maguire. What are you talking about, man? That's straight upgrade. Why are you doing the laughing emoji? Maguire alone is the glue that keeps England together. Truly, think about it. Think about how many people hate certain players or hate certain teams. Love or hate Maguire, everyone talks about him. He is a part of every conversation. He has become a living and breathing meme. If they can monetize the meme, maybe they can get some more funds for the next transfer window. What do you guys think on a different topic? Because I feel like this is kind of getting to the end. On a different topic, if we want to transition, what do you guys think about the inflation of money in football? I feel like we saw it starting more than a couple of years ago now, but past the point of, obviously, Mbappe's contract, people are talking about how either good or bad the idea of him being able to essentially pick a team or have say in that could be. He's literally played Ultimate Team in real life. But like, I see so many average players or players that are decently good being paid way more than they really should. But it seems like there's an inflation in football, which I'm afraid the end result of that is a lot of lesser known clubs or a lot of clubs with less money won't be able to keep up. I know the sport is a business. I get that whole thing. I even know in like England how there's a disconnect between how the system's set up, where theoretically you can pull a Jamie Vardy and start in a super low league and work your way up if you work hard enough. But truly at a certain point, there's going to be a disconnect where you can have essentially your top teams not only earn a lot of money, have such an in-depth squad, and have so much money to play around with that any newly promoted team might struggle to keep up with that. But then again, that's a problem in a lot of leagues. I think Bundesliga has some sort of money rule in play. What other leagues have money rules? Maguire doesn't fit United's play style, especially the way they want to play moving forward. Maguire for England is actually decent because he has his protection, right? You have your wing/fullbacks. You have your 3 central defense where he can play in the center of that central defense. He has protection from those sides. He has protection from behind. He has that 2 in front of him. He is set in terms of around him. He's not going to have someone going one-on-one with him or him having to be pulled out of position for England. And if he is pulled out of a position, there are so many people that had to get beat before that where that's more of a problem than I feel like Maguire. The issue with him on United is people know how to pull him out of position. They know how to play balls to him. They know how to make people make runs to pull him where he doesn't want to be. And he's caught in a position where he's obviously sucking, but he's going to suck the most. But I don't know how, again, I don't think United should build around Maguire. I think Maguire needs to kind of be gone. Because I don't think United want to. Do United want to play a 5 in the back? Connor, what's up, buddy? Mumbo 5 plus 5. Minus 5. Mumbo number 5. Because, like, what's the system? He wants a 4 in the back, right? He wants a 4 in the back with the fullbacks getting up the pitch. He wants a goalkeeper that can play out of the back. He wants his center backs to be able to open up. He wants his CDM to be able to fill in. If that's the case, you're going to be having Maguire stepping more out wide potentially. And then the ability to, if United lose the ball, have a position where Maguire's more out wide than he probably wants to be. Not even joking. You should use Nep's custom tactics, and Maguire should be the central of it. Connor, what's up, buddy? How's it going? Any new league SBCs? I can show you all the new ones, or all the ones out right now. I don't know what you'd consider new or not. Well, we should be getting more on Thursday, but we have the Lib, League 1, Eredivisie, MLS, Bundesliga Prem, Liga MX, Saudi, Serie A Championship, and Sudamericana. I think they should go along the F1 route and introduce the budget cap idea. But it's like, too, like, even with money issues, the amount of money in football, how can you cap at a certain point? For example, take PSG. If people look at PSG, see how much the club produces versus their ownership, how much money they're getting there, how can you justify Mbappe getting as much money as he does? But if you would ever regulate it, how would you determine a fair wage for Mbappe moving forward? Would it be, hey, you can't sign anyone else for this amount of money ever again? Or is it going to be Mbappe has to take some sort of cut? Right? How do you even determine that? And then what's the repercussion? If League One's not wanting to implement something, does UEFA take a stand at some point? Or how does that work too? When teams wanted to join the Super League, there was a huge pushback for teams joining the Super League, and through either fear of repercussion or just fan bases, the people who were going to join the Super League very quickly backed out of it or tried to make it sound like, oh, that wasn't what they're going to do. We want to do what's best for football or the fans, and they changed. But it's I'm convinced, especially with PSG, I'm sure you could point to other teams, but you could see it in Messi's face. When Messi won a title with Barcelona, how happy he was versus winning a title with PSG. Winning a title with PSG essentially is showing up and playing mediocre, and you can win the title. Obviously, I personally believe there are teams that are going to get better and better in League One for years to come. But you don't even have to care about Champions League. When was the last time PSG was a threat to win a Champions League? They might put up a fight, get decently far, but you have teams like Real Madrid that I feel 9 times out of 10 are going to beat them. That being said, I don't think PSG's built to try to worry about Champions League. I think they're built to be in their own division, win their own league, and make their own money. And from there, buy who they want. They're playing Squad Battles Ultimate Team, right? They're playing Squad Battles Ultimate Team. They pick who they play. They don't have to worry about division rivals, foot champs. They have to keep up with the meta. They can do their own thing, and they're insulated enough. Dude, the thing that sucks this week, I wish they would have came out with La Liga. La Liga might be out on Thursday, which would help. But if you open a La Liga 25K league specific with 3 rares, 9 commons, you don't have their league SBC to put them into. So you can't bounce back and forth with it, which sucks. Manu equals history merchant. 10 mil a week for Mbappe seems fair. Thinking that there's a lot of pressure for United players too. So much expectations without reality, so supporters can get on players' back and no patience. They're living in the shadow of the past. Facts, Dante. Man equals this history merchant. This lad's back. RNGH, you can't say anything about today. We wasn't missing 9 senior players. You mean Beak? History merchant and entitlement. We should be winning the league. Why is that? Because we used to, and Nottingham Forest was successful. Leeds were successful. Forget the past, focus on now. But the thing, too, is I'm not calling out any specific clubs, but in general. And I don't even think it's a club thing. I think it's a whoever's in charge of the money thing. To think that you can simply buy your way out of a problem and somehow that's going to fix your club or fix the football culture, I think is part of the bigger issue. I would love to see more emphasis on youth development in a lot of different clubs, but also have the ability to buy a player for a certain price and sell them for more. And get in the habit of being able to scout that way. Because you look at a team like, I don't know, point to the Eredivisie, you have Ajax. How many players does Ajax buy for cheap or develop, and then eventually they get sold to European powerhouses, right? So they don't get to reap the reward of those players past the point of when they're now mainstream relevant for the top clubs to buy. But for the Eredivisie or for Ajax in general, they get the monetary benefit of doing that over and over, but then they have to rebuild. These big clubs in the big leagues, All they have to do is have their solid foundation already, buy someone overpriced, no matter who they are, to try to make them a X amount better, and hope they win. I don't know. I feel like I'm kind of talking in circles now, too. I don't know exactly what I'm saying anymore. Due to League SBCs, bro, I've crafted Benzema, Player of the Month, Akinfenwa, and 2 other Player of the Months. I forgot who they was. One was a 82 Belgian. But yeah, League SBCs are so worth it, man. Love them. Yeah, dude. League SBCs have single-handedly made me love FIFA. Because I used to like FIFA, but not love it. Now there's always kind of something to do. Granted, there's some days where there's no content or it seems a little dead. But I can always go to a lib if it's out and open a pack. Or put it into something else. Put it into a marquee matchup. You invest in golds right now? I'm invested in different ways in golds. Last week I mass bid on gold rares, and that was my investment. This week I have hundreds of tradable gold rares and gold commons in my club tradable that I'm not selling yet. That's my investment. And I also have a bunch of tradable gold-esque packs, whether it's a jumbo gold, a gold pack, rare players pack, mega packs, all that stuff. We have about 100 packs right now. My investment this week is not opening those yet and waiting until they're up in price to open them. Got 43 packs, only a few more, and I'll start cheer play. Sounds good, buddy. By the way, if we're going to keep talking about football stuff, can we set a standard for the stream where if you write a paragraph on football stuff, can I just read it in my head and then say something out loud? Because everyone else is reading your comments already. They don't need to hear it. They're going to read what you write. But also, too, I'm half paying attention. So I don't want to take your paragraph that you wrote and put a lot of thought into, say something that doesn't sound exactly what you said, and then make an argument off of that. Because I feel like that's not going to help with the conversation either. If anything, do people want to get... How many people right now would want to get into Discord and talk about this topic? Can we host a debate for the next 10 minutes or so? 10, 15 minutes? Is there anyone in chat, whether it's 2 people that want to go 1v1, or whatever the case may be, can I come up with a question or host a back and forth between you guys? Would anyone be down for that? Until Marcus has his thing ready. Because I don't want it to be 10 people and they're all screaming at each other. But if there's one person, if there's a United fan that wants to speak for United, then everyone else is muted. And then you have another person who's speaking against United or speaking for their perspective of what Man United could improve on. Okay, so Dante could potentially be the one who's not anti-United, giving feedback or talking points for someone United. Does anyone want to talk from United? Okay, so we'll have Dante fill that role right now. If you want to get into Discord, we can get into the... Let's see. Do you want to hop into the FIFA channel, the FIFA voice channel, if you'd like to do that? So we'll have Dante do that. If other people want to hop in and just listen outside of the stream or just in Discord through that, feel free to do that and mute yourself. Dante's a Spurs fan. Are there any United supporters in chat right now that want to talk your perspective or even talk about where people, I feel misrepresent what United believes or a United fan? Well, it's not even, when I say debate, I truly don't mean debate. I just want to house a conversation. Because I feel anytime people talk about these things in chat, no one's ever truly going to agree with something or be able to fully represent their full thought. But if you give someone 1 or 2 minutes to explain it in detail, they'll do a good job. Beak, would you be down, buddy? I'm going to take a piss real quick if you guys want to work this out. I'll definitely do it on a day when I don't have it. Okay, so you don't want to do it right now? Does anyone want to do it right now? Because I can hop in and take the opposite position. If I said my points, no points in it. Okay. Maybe we don't do it then. I'm in. You're going to your MacBook? Plus, I'm currently sitting in bed naked, about to go to sleep. The perfect opportunity then to talk about United. You have Discord loaded on MacBook? All right, I'm going to hop in. Marcus, I can't... When was your last comment, Marcus? Just put a message in chat, Marcus. Whenever you're ready for share play, I can transition out. Let me get into Discord real quick. I'll be in the FIFA team section. Or the FIFA section, I should say. Yeah, we have... So, in Discord, we do have the football talk section. You guys could debate this stuff in there, too. Okay, never mind. Let's not do it then. Never mind. We can do that some other time if we want to set something up. Just know if you guys want to talk about that more in depth or off a stream, we do have the FIFA team section you can house it in. Sorry, Dante. We're not doing it anymore. Just send the invite when you're ready, Marcus. Just not sure which channel? Yeah, no, we're not going to do it anymore because we're doing Marcus's packs and then probably going to end the stream. I don't want you to think I don't like you specifically. I just dislike the majority of United fans. And like, my thing is, my perspective, being an American who's not from England, not having a team that's currently in the Prem, maybe in the future, I see kind of every team as having a couple different things. Your diehard fan base that's going to support them no matter what. But also, too, like, the bias that comes with supporting a club. And, like, I generally don't like seeing when people talk about different clubs and don't, like, do it in good faith. But I don't know how you can really do good faith. I'll just watch you open these, Marcus, if you just want to grind them. Oh, hold on. Do I need to mute me? But it's like... I don't know what can be done about it because it's... Oh, shoot. You have to reshare? My bad, buddy. Ronald, what's up, buddy? You need a piss real quick? All right, sound good. Oh, wait, no. It's right here. I'm an idiot. Right? Yeah. There we go. If you don't have a slight bias, you don't really support the club, though. No, that's the thing. But, like, my thing is, listening to conversations being had... It's very hard to have the actual conversations because no one knows what they're not necessarily talking about. It's one of those things where it's like, if I ask a specific question, I'm not really wanting to hear why your club's the best club. I'm wanting to hear like a conversation of how someone could get to a certain answer. So like, for example, if we're talking about Manchester United, and I ask a question about Manchester United, I don't want it to be a thing where it's just like everyone crapping on Man United or everyone just defending Man United. I want to have the actual conversation of, okay, what are some things that United does well? What are some things United could improve on? Do we think like it's fair X manager got fired after this amount of time? And talk about like that specific thing. I don't want to hear the like Liverpool's better than United. No, United's better than Liverpool, or City's better than Liverpool, or Liverpool's better than City. I personally don't care about any of that stuff. Sell everyone except Ronaldo, De Gea, and Sancho by Timber, a backup striker, and a defensive midfielder. Allow Ten Hag to do what he wants and see what happens. I want you to sign me. It's Ronald. You good, bro? How'd you get that face next to your name? Is that a smiley face or a shock face? A sad face? I can't tell. I try to be open-minded and not biased. Yeah, and everyone's going to be biased to a certain extent. But, like, again, the conversations I want to have, you can't write in chat, is my point. Like, for the conversations we had that I want to have, I literally want to just pull, like, a person into Discord, ask a question, and hear their thought. And maybe that would be the better way to do it. Be like, yo, I got a football question for someone who supports Liverpool. Does anyone from Liverpool want to hop in and give their perspective? And then I come in. We know it's going to be only a couple minutes. We're not there for like an hour. Ask the question, hear their thoughts. Chat can react. Can you please sell Ansu Fati for us for 5 million plus one Mata? It's not Ronald. I hacked him. Uh-oh. One of the best things about school is the deep football chats you have. You know what's crazy, though? I truly feel like there's very few people who I can do that with where I'm from. Because, like, I have my buddies I grew up playing with who still watch frequently, especially, like, the Prem and other leagues, which, like, I can have that conversation with them. But, like, most people, if you'd ask them what their thoughts are about the Prem, they'd have no idea what the Prem is. If you ask them about the Champions League, they have no idea what the Champions League is. But on top of that, even if they did know, there's not the, like, it's a sport. It's not a culture. Yeah, I don't know how you fix that, you know? So it's like, when I speak about it, or when I talk about it, or when I hear other people talk about it, I see football as a cultural thing and how much the culture impacts the sport. But very few people think that deeply about it. It's tough, because it's like, I truly feel like there's very few people who I can get not super close with, but it's like if you take me as a person, right? You have all these different things that make me me. You have my faith, you have my job, you have people I hang around with, what I do, streaming, yada, yada, all this stuff. And if I connect with someone in certain areas, but they don't understand football or like my love for it, I feel like they don't get a true version of me, if that makes sense. Like, I don't feel like they'll truly understand how I feel. Same thing with, like, faith and stuff, too. It's like, you might connect with someone through, like, work or friend group or, like, streams. But if I can't, like, explain my faith to you or, like, how it affects my life or how I live or, like, things I've been through, I truly don't feel like I can ultimately connect with someone fully in that aspect. Now, granted, you're never going to be able to connect fully with anyone. We're all different in that way. But I find with faith a lot in the United States, but like football, I would say is huge for like, especially FIFA and stuff. I can hop into here and we can have endless conversations, but if I'm not in here talking about it, I can't just randomly call a friend of mine and be like, yo, what are your thoughts on Sunderland being promoted to the championship? They're going to be like, who? Rabbits with glasses. Facts. Hopefully they toss him like a team of the season nominee card or something. Wait, are we 5 subs away from 11K? Y'all, we could potentially hit that today. I was going to end the stream. Life without football is nothing. Dude, it truly benefits so many different things. Even with like working out and stuff. I do this when I'm working out. I will either do, if I'm doing weights, I'll do cardio after, and I'll be like on a stair stepper or something, listening to music. Or I could be out shooting a basketball, and what I'll typically do when I'm playing basketball is I'll juggle. I'll do like rainbows around the worlds, new skill moves, I'll dribble, I'll do anything football related into like a basketball shot. And for me, that's super fun because I get to work on my dribbling, get to run around. It's cardio that I'm not thinking about. And I get to play some basketball too. But it's like, to me, that's infinitely more fun than just going for a walk or going for a run. But also, too, it's like I could play a Sunday League pickup or do any of that with random people who don't even have to be good. I don't even have to be good. But I would have like the passion for it. That's like the World Cup. But I also find it cool when I see people have that passion for other things. Like in the United States, there's a lot of people that have that passion for American football or the NBA. And it's like, I will never truly be able to relate to them at that level. But I can see that passion. I can see where it comes from. But like, what interests me the most about England, I think England's the most unique country in the world when it comes to football. Because having the system you do, the back and forth of the leagues, all the different divisions, the diversity of nationalities and the way teams play in the Prem, the money, all that stuff. You have such a different atmosphere for each team and who supports each team, where you're from, how you became to supporting the team. You have a lot of like close rivals where your whole country is not super huge, where you could get to one end to the other end. Not relatively quickly, but realistically, if something's somewhat close, you could get there without too much travel. I feel like with the United States, it's like different countries all put together. Sorry, I'm kind of off topic now. But the thing that fascinates me the most about England is that switch you guys have where you go from loving your club team, the people who are at the club having so much of your emotions tied to them, being family with the supporters, and the rivalries you have with other clubs or potentially the hatred of other clubs, but then how quickly that flip switches when it comes to the national team and how a lot of England can come together and support the national team. I think that's really cool. However, I also do see like the negatives that come with that. And obviously I'm from the United States, so I can see the same things in the United States. But like the example I'll pull to, and I obviously doesn't represent all of England, but anytime you have PKs, that shit is an issue now. Especially from the Euros when you had your black players miss the PKs and the racism that came from that. That was not helpful in the slightest. But then, anytime anyone wants to talk crap about England, instead of making a valid point in certain areas, they can just point to that and be like, oh yeah, this is why England sucks. Nah, love the national team. You have the best national team player ever of Maguire. If there was ever to be an icon card, Maguire should get an icon card based off of simply just the national team. In no team ever. Like, you know when on icon cards they show the history of players, what teams they played for? If Maguire ever gets an icon card, they should just write out on it, literally played good for a couple seasons, absolute crap when it comes to club, played decently well for country, help them win. I sub. Thank you, buddy. Appreciate it. I like Rebic's special card that he has. It's just not the power curve right now. I'd rather see England never qualify for a World Cup and see my club team win a UCL. That is true though. I feel like a lot of England supporters feel that way though. Are you guys more tied to your club than you are your nation? Because I feel like it's also different in the United States. Because especially when it comes to like Olympic events and things like that, the history of the United States, it's we need to dominate every sport. And if we don't, that's a problem. Then when it comes to our national teams for like American soccer, aka football, if that doesn't happen, you're like not respected. So I feel like that's part of the reason too why the sport's not respected as much in the United States. We're not dominant. So we're not going to invest resources to become dominant. Walk out, England! Henry Maguire. Most people are club over country, in my opinion, in England. More to club. If we end up being like 7th in March, I think we should go all out in Europa League to get a CL spot. When we get to the final of the Euros and lost, went to bed and could have given two shits. Really? Maybe that's okay. That actually changed my view a little bit. From the outside looking in, it looks like you guys are a lot closer than you actually are then. Or at least that's the way I felt. I guess that's not the case. Let's go, Sunderland, baby! Yo, do you think Ross Stewart's going to have a gold card next year? Do you think we can see a 75 rated Ross Stewart? I was gassed when Rashford and Sancho missed the pens. I wanted England to feel so bad. So, question though, because now it seems like all the people in chat that are talking about England are agreeing right now. What is, or I guess I'll ask Beak, because Beak is more specific. Are you going to do the 70 or the 93 plus? Yeah, we're going to do it throughout the week with our save packs. Beak, in your opinion then, why do you want England to do bad? Is there like a end result you're hoping for or something, or what? What do you think you should do with your 1.5 mil? If you have a pretty empty club or you have a couple hours and you want to mass bet on gold rares and sell them like tomorrow and Tuesday, I think that'd be a good shout. Yeah. Where's Broadhead? He's gonna be a 99 icon. You got Kafu? My issue with the 93 plus is not the requirement. I just know karma wise I'm gonna get someone bad because my last one was a Ronaldinho. So it's like I know I can't really go up. Reed, would you prefer USA to get a win against Sunderland or Sunderland to get promoted? Okay, let me kind of lay out my thought process because, like, I don't know how people think I think, and maybe this will explain it. So, it is so weird how I view the sport. So, I've been a supporter of AC Milan since I was like 10 years old. They're the first team I kind of learned about. I'm Italian. I have great-grandparents that are immigrants, I believe from the Milan area. I don't know for sure, but I for sure love Milan. Growing up, I modeled my footballing career at the time around Thiago Silva, who is my favorite player of all time and still is kicking it, which is awesome. So it's like most of my childhood was that. But at the end of middle school / beginning of high school for me, this would have been back in like... This would have been back in like, I think 2013-ish time. That was when I first kind of like learned about Sunderland. And to give you perspective, I didn't have a Prem team that I supported. I didn't really watch kind of football in that lens. Culture in the United States wasn't really a big thing there. A lot of people who supported football in the United States, it was more of like La Liga, Real Madrid, Barcelona sort of thing, at least in my kind of like circles. So when it came to supporting a Prem team or finding one, it truly was kind of two things. It was randomized FIFA, where I kind of landed on Sunderland. They weren't the best team. I thought it'd be fun to use them. But also, too, we had Josie Altidore, who played there, who's American, and I like Josie Altidore. I don't necessarily love him, but it was nice to watch him play there. And then kind of like, you just see the culture around the teams and how England does football. I just kind of, I don't know how to explain it. I fell in love with the club, watched them over the years. Then when I went to college, I didn't really have access to watching the games as much as I did. Then when they got relegated to the championship, it was during a time where I wasn't really watching much football to begin with. But then when they got double relegated, that's when Sunderland Till I Die became like their Netflix series showing like the fall of Sunderland. And that was around the time where I started getting like ESPN Plus, started trying to find like streams of the game, things like that. I started paying more and more attention. And I don't know, like it's, for example, yesterday, if you wanted me to live stream, like today, we did a kind of a watch along a little bit with the Prem, and we did a watch along with Serie A a little bit. AC Milan won the league today. I should be ecstatic. I'm happy. I love them. It's great to see the players win. But like my emotion, I don't know if it's because they're a bigger team in Italy to begin with. They haven't won in a while, which is nice. But like, I'm excited for them, and that's kind of like the limit. But with Sunderland, whether it's a win or a loss or a tie, I have so much emotion tied to it, I truly don't know how to explain it. Like, I went from complete frustration if we drop points against a mediocre League One team to literally being in full-blown tears when Ross Stewart scored that second goal to give us essentially the guaranteed win. Give us that little bit more of a cushion. And so, like, my answer when it comes to, like, the United States, too, it's like, I don't even think the United States would ever be able to get me to a point where I'd have that level of love. I don't think it's possible. Like, if the United States beat England, I think that'd be huge for the United States. But I don't think I necessarily have the same emotional pull for the United States that I do for Sunderland. I think if I had to put them in order, I think it'd be Sunderland, the United States, and then AC Milan. I think AC Milan and the United States would be relatively close. I think all three would be close. But Sunderland is by far like the top. Does that kind of make sense? I don't know if I explained that well. See you, Beak. Just managed to get Dybala birthday for 499k. GG. To be honest, English football is a joke. It's much better in Europe. Europe have ultras and great fans who still respect the players. Then England has thugs who continue to give a fuck about the sport. But yeah, that being said, to wrap that up kind of, the thing I'm looking forward to the most, this is my football in the next 6 months. I'm going to be actively paying attention to what Sunderland does this offseason with their management. the rumors of who's staying, who's going, if people are going to get their loans back, in terms of are loan players going to go back? Are they going to go out for loan again? We're going to receive them. But as we go through kind of like summer and get the training down, I'm really interested to see in the summer window, one, how much money Sunderland has, how much influence they have, and what caliber of player we're able to buy. Because I was explaining it before. I think what separates Sunderland from a lot of championship teams right now is I think financially we're not in the best situation compared to maybe some of them. However, we have the name Sunderland. We have the big club. We have the stadium. We have all these things. We have the fall from glory. We're on our way up. The story behind it, Sunderland Until I Die, Netflix. There's a certain type of player that can fit into that system and want to see them back to the Prem that maybe you don't get at decently good championship teams that never will get back to the Prem, but constantly stay in the championship and do relatively well. Who am I watching? I was watching Marcus. Because like I truly have the mindset when it comes to Sunderland. I think it's seen both the extremes, but I truly think they're either going to flop and be back down in League One if they can't make proper signings and they lose some of their players they have out on loans, and you have some players leave. I could see a complete flop and them get relegated again, or I could see them make some key signings and do significantly well and make playoffs for championship and potentially be promoted. There's not a world where I picture them being like a mid-table championship team. And if they are, I guess that's the reality. But like, I'm so used to League One, I'm so used to Prem for my experience with Sunderland, that 1 year there in the championship when I wasn't watching, I don't have any really emotional tie to that. All I know is how bad they did the first time, what their financial situation looked like, and the trajectory of the club, versus this time, what their financial situation is, the trajectory of the club, what could be different. And financially, I like the idea of potentially having more money to work with and having not money be the issue, but the type of player they're willing to sign. Because back when they're in the championship originally, there wasn't any Prem players that were going to come save us or high-level championship players that wanted to save us. It would have had to be a League One player that realistically wanted to get to the championship and save them and have a spot in the championship rather than being on a League One team. Then when they were in League One, there wasn't many players that wanted to support them up to the championship. It's a lot of back and forth with League One, players going out on loan, going back to their club respectively, or just hopping around from League One team to League One team, making it through playoffs and getting promoted. Because you got to remember too, out of the, I think it was the 4 or 5 years Sunderland's been in League One, most of the years we've made playoffs and lost playoffs. There hasn't been a year, maybe this year at points was the closest we probably were to an automatic promotion. It has always been just a playoff dogfight. In every single year, we have gotten to see them fall apart in front of our eyes. This was the first year I felt confident about playoffs. If you go back to the streams, you'll see it. When I talked about our initial game, our semifinal, I said that'd be the hardest game. Whoever wins the semifinals winning and getting promoted. I had no faith in the other side of that Wickham MK Dons. And to be honest, we almost didn't make playoffs either. If it wasn't for Neil becoming our manager and our late season form, we would have been mid-level team who missed playoffs. So like I saw firsthand the importance of a manager and what it did there. I'm just hoping all the pieces that kind of fit together in the time they give Neil, they're realistic in terms of what they're able to achieve. The worst thing in the world would be firing Neil, in my opinion. It's nice to hear an American speak about football who doesn't cream himself over the U.S. national team. They're good, but I feel Americans overhype them. Okay. For the people who've been here for a while, I don't know if Dante's still here. I know Beak's going to bed. But if you've been here for a while, the most I talk about the national team, outside of World Cup, when I make fun of England and we have the back and forth, typical American-Europe drama. If it's not that, I feel like I come from a place where I'm trying to defend the United States for how much crap that it seems like whether England football supporters or the England country itself gives the United States. I feel like I'm at a position... Wait, there's content? Oh, shit, content. Wait, I thought for a second there was new content or something. Marcus, thank you, buddy. See you, man. But no, so like my experience talking about United States national team on stream, it's always felt like it was from a perspective of I had to defend the United States rather than like speak about them. And like that's a lot through Pulisic too. The way the United States viewed Pulisic for the longest time, if you think about the two different generations of United States football, you had the Clint Dempsey / Landon Donovan era where you had them two, some older European players, and kind of more of a, not youth, but a younger side, all kind of morphed together. Then when Dempsey and Donovan were no longer part of the picture, or on their way out, when Dempsey was on his way out, it was very much a young Pulisic that lived in Germany playing for Borussia Dortmund through their youth program and getting promoted to their team and playing on their team. He was kind of the savior who was going to come in and fix the United States problem, right? He was going to save them from mediocre results versus CONCACAF teams. He was the one that was going to push them to the spotlight. And that was, I feel like, too much pressure on his shoulders. And the way it's talked about, I 100% get that impression where it's like you hear an American talk about the national team, they're creaming about the national team or they're creaming about him. I personally am not the biggest Pulisic fan. I like him. I think he's a great player. But I'm more interested in the surrounding players on the team, how they can build around him. I think Adams has been a phenomenal CDM that we have a future building around. I think Weston McKennie, his experience at Juve and being able to play that right, or not even right, just a center mid role for us, being able to be box to box, I think is going to be huge. I think the addition to having a somewhat MLS back line that's either able to graduate from the MLS and play European or be good enough in the MLS to represent the MLS well and grow the MLS, I think is going to be huge there too. Because you got to remember, it's a two-way street. Europeans will give Americans crap if their team is a bunch of MLS players, but if the MLS players go to a European team, they'll also get crap for being American. So it's like, I feel like it's a lose-lose position where you either roast them for being in the MLS, not good enough to be in Europe, or they go to Europe and they're not the best player in the world, so therefore you roast them for not being the best player in the world, and they're American. So I would love to see, kind of like a bunch of Europeans would, more emphasis on youth development, growing that, having this next generation, having a lot of talent that we're not used to hearing their names yet, and in 5 to 10 years, see a completely different national team program than what we do now. I think the pieces are starting to come together. I think we're starting to fill out those lines, but the United States desperately needs a striker. And at this point, I'm truly thinking we might have to morph Pulisic into a striker if needed. But the issue with that, as you saw in the game versus Liverpool, he cannot finish. The man cannot finish. Excellent dribbler, can find the spaces, has the speed, the acceleration, but to put the ball at his feet somewhere not a tap-in, it's going to be very difficult to have him finish. Musa, on the other hand, is built very different from Pulisic. He has that speed, he has that pace, but he has a little bit more strength. He has a little bit more length. He has kind of the Mbappe build to him, but he's too far out wide, I feel like, a lot of times to get a good finishing product. The alternative the United States has is a outright striker, right? Think of like a Harry Kane, think about a Lewandowski, a striker that lacks pace but can be clinical when it comes to the finishing. However, a Prem/Bundesliga clinical striker is different than an MLS striker. If you're building an MLS striker and you're lacking pace, you have finishing versus MLS keepers and not the best talent in the world. You're probably lacking dribbling. You're probably lacking passing. Your only redeeming quality is you're able to put the ball in the back of the net against a bunch of people who just came out of college and got drafted into the MLS, or they're 35 years old about to end their career, right? There's no challenge. There's no growth there unless it's coming from outside of that environment. So like, perfect example, Pepe, right? He played for FC Dallas, right? Him and Torreira, I believe Torreira has his inform still. I can show him off real quick if you don't know who I'm talking about. But like them two run havoc ran havoc in the MLS for FC Dallas as strikers. You had the pacey guy next to the slower guy who is clinical and finished, right? Excellent combo to put together. You keep the pacey guy, you take Pepe, the good finisher, you put him in the Bundesliga, doesn't translate, or he wasn't ready for that transition. And for him, that was a very difficult transition to make, and there was a lot of weight put on his shoulders to be a clinical striker for the United States national team, which just never came true. And sadly, I don't know if it will become true. I hope it does. I truly hope it does, but this is what we're working with. This is the hope that the United States national team currently has to beat in England. And I'm being realistic. It's I would love to beat England or at least get a point against them. But if we're going to Pepe or Jassy Zardes as our go-to strikers against England, we're not going to net any. I truly believe that we will win. I want them to win. I want them to do well. But I also realistic, but also too, I think using this World Cup as a learning curve to see where our team needs to grow is going to be great. Because I think you can get a little nearsighted when it comes to playing CONCACAF teams. Playing Costa Rica is different than playing England. It just is. Different play styles, different cultures. It's kind of like watching Wickham play in League One versus watching a championship team try to get promoted to the Prem. Very different play styles. Wickham's going to just play that long ball to try to find their strong striker that will either get a header or the ball will fall to his feet and he'll be able to tap one it, right? You do that 100 times, it works once, and you have a relatively decent defense, you get bailed out. But have that happen against England, you have the United States play long balls to Pulisic or long balls to Pepe. You have to have him control and be clinical in the box. Not going to happen. That being said, though, I don't know his name. There's a German guy who plays for the youth team of Bayern Munich, who I believe is changing his nationality, the team he represents for his nation, from German to American, United States. I don't know who it is, though. I'll have to look more into it. If that is true, he might be an attacking force we could use. He's more of a cam, I believe. But if we can morph him into more of a center forward sort of role, we can have Pulisic and people playing off of him. Could potentially be good. The U.S. needs a superstar. They need a truly world-class player. Well, surely that's what Pulisic is, right? He's the world-class player who went from living in the United States, spent his childhood in Germany, and made it to a top 3 team in the Prem, right? But now that he's been here for a bit, there's a morphed perspective of him and who he's supposed to be, right? He is for Chelsea, he is the man they're trusting to replace Eden Hazard. He is supposed to be the next Hazard, and if he isn't, he should be on his way out. I don't think that's a standard he can live up to. I think that's going to be the expectations of Americans across the board. Americans coming to Europe, they need to be dominant. But I think, kind of like the MLS, you need to give it time to grow. There's tons of Americans playing all in different countries in Europe. And you've never heard of their name. But in a couple of years, they could be better. If I went to the United States, I went to every single league. If I went to Serie A, you're going to see some. If I went to Prem, you're going to see some. Right? If I went to Championship, you're going to see some. If I went to League One, you're going to see some. If I went to, I don't know if we have any in 2. Yeah, we don't. But if you go to, again, the Bundesliga, you're going to see some. If you go to La Liga, you're going to see some. This is who I'm talking about, by the way. This is Musa. This is the guy we have playing in like the right wing / right forward with Pulisic on the other side and Pepe or Zardes or whoever we have up top. I want him to get more central or cut in more and work on his shot. Think over the next few years, the Canadian national team will overtake the U.S. one. I never thought I would imagine a world where the United States would have a better national team than Mexico and that the Canadian national team would be better than both of us. And that seems to be the reality we're living in, which I personally like because having the longest rivalry with Mexico, it's always been Mexico crapping on us, U.S. trying to hold its own. If we won, that was a big deal. Now it's to the point where we're just crapping on Mexico, or if it's a close game and we win, that's the standard. But also, too, immigration-wise, you have this thing with Canada, too. It's more of a North American thing, I feel. And if you're from Europe, I don't know if there's a exact translation. Maybe there's the Africa-France national team pipeline, where you have a bunch of kids who have nationalities in Africa. Parents maybe bring them to France for better opportunities, and then they choose France over their original home country or the country they fled, whatever the case may be. In the United States, we have something different where with our borders, Mexico and the United States, we have a lot of dual citizens or people who will come from Mexico to the United States. And for the longest time, it was always choosing Mexico over the United States. However, one of the things I feel like the United States has gotten better with is you have a ton of Mexican Americans who are choosing to play for the United States over Mexico, not only for the potential opportunity to be on the national team, but also now having what I would think and consider a better national team. If we can keep winning that battle between the two nationalities and winning over Mexican people to accept the United States as their country they want to play for, I think that's going to grow the sport immensely. But Canada, I feel like it's very similar, right? The Canadian system of immigration, I believe, is very similar to Europe, where they pull a lot from Africa, or they have a lot of people who are migrants from Africa going to Canada, and then their children are raised there, they develop there, and then they choose to play for Canada because that's what they've known most of their life. I could be wrong with Canada, but that's my at least assumption. What are some good left wings for under 500, 600K? What kind of team do you have, Timon? Could you put it into Discord, bud? I don't know if you put in the team channel. But I'm going to link it in chat right now. Check my last message I posted on Discord on Football Talk. Football Talk. Restream. For me, there's a combination of reasons why I prefer Tottenham to England. Firstly, choice, I have a story behind my support for Tottenham, same as everyone has for supporting their own club. Yet I was born in England, so automatically I support England. Secondly, the banter between friends and always rooting for Spurs and wanting them to win and then telling jokes between fans, signing the club, singing the club songs, and dreaming for success. That banter and that rivalry definitely adds to it. Thirdly, I would say that the match frequency makes an impact. I agree. Tottenham play more frequently, playing about 45 matches or more per season, whereas England might play about 10 matches when the major tournaments come. It is really exciting, but that's because everyone joins together as a group to support the club in the pubs, classes, work, etc. It makes it exciting, dreaming about the what ifs. But it's always Spurs ahead of England for me. I 100% agree with that. I will actually put it a different way too. I think from a worldly perspective, a culture perspective, all that stuff, if you take club, right? Let's use England as the example. I was explaining this to, I think it was my church group the other week. We were talking about something about, I was talking about, I was a Sunderland supporter, and I was explaining the football system in England to them, but I was explaining the difference kind of from the lower levels to the top level, not only from a footballing perspective, but from a culture perspective. Now I use Liverpool as the example. And I don't know if you guys would agree with this, but I would say one of the cool things that's come out of, I feel like Liverpool, mainly Mohamed Salah, and maybe this could be ignorance on my end, I don't know. I feel like Mohamed Salah has made it more common to have his Islam faith be a huge part of not only his game, but his life, his celebrations, everything revolving around that, has made it more kind of mainstream, I feel like, to respect Muslims and have someone to point to as kind of the man to learn that sort of culture. Because, like, I feel like, especially in the Americas, you have North America and South America, Christianity is huge in our side. So it's very common that you're going to see Brazilians, Argentinians, all of them be Christians and do their celebrations, sign of the cross, raise their hands to God, whatever it may be. But for me, it was very unique to see a Muslim do it in the way they do. But also, too, like the culture revolving around that when it comes to the different traditions, what happens during, what's it called? Just got done. What's it called? I'm blanking. Chat, help me out. What is the fasting thing you guys do? Dang, I'm going to hate myself for it. What is it? I can't think of anything else until we think of it. Ramadan, yes. I don't know why I blanked so hardly on that. But no, the cool thing about Ramadan, and as a Christian, this is one of the things I think I respect the most about Muslims when it comes to this, is a lot of people, when they talk about their faith, a lot of people, if they don't have a faith and someone's talking about their faith, they don't want to be talked down to, or they don't want to be like explained to, or like, hey, my way is superior to yours. They more, I feel like, want to see people living their faith and show that they truly mean what they believe. And I think the cool thing about Ramadan is you see people actively making this sacrifice, living a certain way, where not only does it affect their day-to-day life in terms of how they see the world, but you see also the effect it has on football, right? When it comes to when they can eat or drink food, how that affects their performance, how maybe originally it was seen as like a negative thing and they shouldn't do it, to now it's appreciated and accommodated to. I think that is huge for religions to be able to have that opportunity to see people living it out and learn more about it. Not necessarily that people have to agree with it or necessarily become that religion or have that faith, but at least have a better understanding of what it is rather than just a stereotype of what people believe it is. But also, too, it's one of those things where it's like, I don't know what the cultural layout is in different parts of England, but I would assume like the United States, you might have a lot of different areas where you don't have a lot of Muslim influence. But if you have a Muslim playing for your team who's outwardly showing their faith, it's going to make you respect that a lot more and want to also defend them anytime you see anti-Muslim stuff come up, or people bash them for that. Like, I feel like that's a lot of different issues with either different groups of people, religions, anything in life. It's lack of having those people around you where you truly don't understand who they are. You might have like a worst case scenario of what a certain person is or what they believe in, but the more people you surround yourself with that have that either belief or that background, it rounds it out more. It makes it more reality based. I'm Dutch, but I have 5 Muslims in my class, so I respect. I also did the Ramadan for 3 days. Yeah, that's super cool to see that. But also, too, like, for me, educationally, it does so much more. Because it's like, I would rather learn about the faith rather than hear someone talk crap about the faith because of X, Y, Z. But anyways, dudes, that's going to be it for the stream. I'm going to keep investing. I'm going to keep flipping. We kind of just talked about a lot of IRL stuff, football, world stuff at the end. I like that, but I kind of lost track of everything I was doing. So if you weren't listening for the football just there, I don't know what I was doing on the screen. I feel like I was just going to different parts of the menu for the past like hour. Yeah, appreciate you guys. We'll be live tomorrow, 4 hours after new content, like always. I don't know if I'll be out of lib cards. So 2 things might happen tomorrow. We might do share plays with people who have stuff ready. If I'm not, we might just be making more packs. I don't know what the deal will be. I'll let you kind of know tomorrow. I'm going to try as best as I can to make more and more packs right now, do some drafts, and we'll see what happens. But yeah, thank you guys for chilling. I'll see you later. It's been your boy MumboElite. I'm out. God bless.